Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't think I'm gonna need to tell everybody to come up. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Yeah, the mic's going. Okay. All right. This one's good. This one's good. Okay. Okay. You ready? All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to ANWO's 2024 Black Women's Convention, entitled African Women Taking a Stand Against Imperialism, Colonialism, and Neo-Colonialism. Uhuru. Uhuru is a Swahili word that means freedom in the Uhuru movement. We use this word as a greeting when we depart or to state our presence and when we agree with something. We truly appreciate those of you who have traveled to be here, members of our organization, supporters, and others. The expense of traveling can be a deterrent for something like this. As African working class women, it takes a lot to prioritize our resources. We are thankful that you prioritize yourself, and we are thankful for your presence and the presence of other comrades who traveled a great distance to attend. Personally, I came from Washington, D.C., and we drove. Oh, wow. Right on. Hey, it was good. So thanks again. We also want to acknowledge the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. Okay. I was just hold. Hear me now? Okay. We also want to acknowledge the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, APSP, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who for over 50 years has waged an unrelenting war against the colonial domination of African people. Founding the APSP in 1972 and subsequently building the Uhuru movement, which includes mass organizations, economic department, and economic institutions. We would not be here were it not for his unrelenting leadership. Thank you, Chairman. We salute you. Chairman is one of the three comrades indicted by the U.S. government for organizing for African self-determination. We also want to acknowledge the leadership of our movement, the National Central Committee, and the African People's Socialist Party. Deputy Chairwoman Ona Zinai Yeshitela, who is also relentless. She leads the economic work of the party, of which practical manifestations can be seen from St. Louis, Missouri, Oakland, California, and St. Petersburg, Florida. APSP USA Secretary General Mwezi Odom. Jejide Ormila, President of the African National Women's Organization. Dr. Aisha Fields, Director of the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project. Director Akili Anai, Director of the party's Agitation and Propaganda. Metsamela Odom, President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. Bakari Alatunji, who is the Regional Coordinator of the Western Region of the United States. Emmanuel Maku, General Coordinator of the North States. Chimaranga Salambayo, APSP National Director of Organization, Luwezi Kinshasa, Secretary General of the African Socialist International, Tafari Mugari, Director of Organization for the African Socialist International. We also, thank you, give it up. We also would acknowledge and welcome members of the party Solidarity Front, which include Penny Hess, Chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, an organization of white people formed by and working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to organize in white communities for genuine solidarity and reparations to the African Revolution. Comrade Penny Hess is the second comrade indicted by the U.S. government. We also salute the leadership of the APSC for their unwavering commitment to the African liberation struggle, which includes Jesse Neville, chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, APSC's mass organization, and third comrade indicted by the U.S. government. We'll say more about this indictment and how the movement is fighting back and what specifically African women can do to contribute to the fight back, Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Coalition, later on in this program. Finally, we want to salute and acknowledge the women's contingent from Union del Barrio, the party and Union del Barrio, a Mexican liberation organization, have over 35 years of fraternal organizing together. We deeply appreciate these comrades attending in person and participating in our program. Adriana Hasso and Guadalupe Cardona. So before we jump into this program, I'd like to do some announcements and some housekeeping. The first thing I'd like to talk about is some security announcements. Okay, so during this difficult time of potential indictments and the party's heightened offensive against the white power system of imperialism, the African National Women's Organization must defend itself and our party leaders against the blatant hostility and opposition waged against the African Revolution. We must be vigilant and highly prepared to secure an event by the chairman, DC Ona, and herself and ourselves. Having said that, here are a few things to remember. All ANWO members, including our security team, will be wearing ID badges that will be visible at all times. Security badges look like this. They have the green connector. All guests of the ANWO convention are required to sign in and receive a visitor's badge at the door. If you have not received yours, please feel free to go back and grab one. Visitors who lose their badge must immediately return to the sign-in area for a replacement. If you see something, say something. If you, such as an attempt to disrupt our convention or hear violent threats, our security team is wearing, again, the green badges and should be alerted right away. Anyone attempting to disrupt the convention will be immediately removed from Aquaba Hall. In case of emergency, do not run or panic. You will leave the premises and you are not to return until authorized. Disabled individuals and others who need assistance should not panic. You will be assisted by the closest ANWO member and be evacuated as soon as possible. So sit back and enjoy our convention. You are safe and in a welcoming space. The convention is also being broadcast live via Zoom. The closed captioning will be turned on during the entire convention for our comrades who are hard of hearing. We apologize in advance for the errors we anticipate. The main one we expect is when we say Uhuru, U-H-U-R-U. If you do not want to see the captioning, just click live transcript setting and then select hide subtitles. Lunchtime will be shared with our breakout session. Due to time constraints, that will be the only time during the program that we'll have a Q&A and involved discussion amongst attendees. Only online tickets purchased with special access will be allowed in the breakout session via Zoom breakout rooms. In-person tickets will automatically have access. Throughout the convention, we'll be calling on individuals and organizations to join us. Our goal is to gain 10 new members. If at any point during the convention you'd like to join ANWO, visit our table in the back, or go online to anwouhuru.org/join, or email us at membership@anwouhuru.org. Our annual conventions are also our biggest fundraiser. The money we raise from donations and memberships are tied to our self-sustainability. We'd like anyone to start thinking about this and how you can financially contribute to help ANWO meet our $10,000 goal, which will go towards opening the ANWO headquarters so that it will allow our other economic development activities to support our campaign work and pay our working class leadership a stipend. You can donate at any time at anwouhuru.org/donate or donate in the room. We'll have a specific call for donations, but if you have it all right now, just see a comrade in the back, Coco Lewis, to coordinate the transfer. She's right there. She's waving, y'all. We're also coordinating a raffle that will end tomorrow. Tickets are $10. You have until 10 a.m. tomorrow Central Standard Time to enter. Our basket is worth over $1,000. We will draw the winner tomorrow at 10:25 p.m. Central Time. Enter to win a copy of Vanguard, the Advanced Detachment of the Revolution, written by Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Decolonized hair and body products, a 16-ounce butter, Rebel oil, OG face scrub, Liberation hydrating mist, a graphic tee, flight and vacation voucher. Online participation can go to get your ticket at anwouhuru.org/basket raffle /. We are also organizing a self-guided Black Power Blueprint tour at the close of our program. So see the projects of BP reshaping the north side of St. Louis. We'll walk and hop over to our vehicles and see the properties. We want to shout out our ad sponsors: Decolonized Hair and Body, African Heritage Collection, African Awards and Gifts, All African Peoples Development and Empower Project, International Women's Alliance. You can see their ad in our beautiful souvenir booklet that you received during registration. Finally, we want to thank Comrade Genevieve Lumumba for providing live English-Spanish translation during this program. You can also learn more about her in our souvenir booklet. We have an exciting program ahead of us today, so let's get started. At this time, we'll play a song to set the tone to where we've been and where we're going. We are beginning today's program with a national fight song. You ready? No worries.
I was born by the river in a little tin. Oh, and just like a river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long, long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh, yes, it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die, 'cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long, long time coming, but I know change gon' come. There are times when I thought I wouldn't last, but now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long, long time coming, but I know change gon' come. It's been come.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Ready? Okay. So we're beginning today's program with the African Nation Fight Song, written and composed by Alika Ngoma.
Hey guys, it's Zayna Heath from Zayna Heath Unfiltered. Podcast.
Who is a member of the African People's Socialist Party and an ANWO member. Under the leadership of Chair Namalia Shatella, Alika has written and composed music and anthems for the Uhuru movement, such as the Anthem of the African Nation, the Uhuru Melody, and the African Nation Fight Song. This song speaks to the unity of the African nation and revolution. It speaks to the need for the African working class to overthrow parasitic capitalism. It raises up Marcus Garvey and the red, black, and green flag of the African nation. It raises up the Haitian Revolution and Jean-Luc Dessalines, thank you, who coined the phrase Coupa Tete Boule Kai, thank you, which means cut heads and burn houses. It also raises up the leadership of the past. The African Nations Fight Song features different African rhythms and genres. So let's jump into it. The lyrics will be displayed on the screen so that you can sing along. Uhuru. Please stand. I love that song. Next, we will have the president of the African National Women's Organization, Yesterday Miller, deliver the political report. As president, Yesterday is responsible for the international growth of ANWO by creating initiatives that bring African women into revolutionary political life. Under the leadership, ANWO has built branches and established memberships in the United States, Africa, and Europe. Through Yesterday's travels to Africa, South America, and Caribbean, in Europe, and within the borders of the United States, she has seen the effects of colonialism on African people and the special oppression that African women face. Through African internationalism, she believes that what must be done to solve all of these issues is for African people to overturn our relationship to the current social system, and that any struggle made towards liberation must include the full participation of African women to be successful. ANWO has been organized against the state-sponsored kidnapping of African children and criminalization of African parents through the campaign Arrest CPS. Black women and their relationship to the prison system as prisoners and as supporters of incarcerated persons. Anti-African dress code policies in schools and horizontal violence. Uhuru, President yesterday.
All right now, y'all. We are so happy to be here at this moment, and I'm excited I'm trying to make sure that this doesn't jiggle too hard. To be here with you, comrades, and really provide this political report. ANWO has been working really hard over the last year to develop ourselves as cadre forces in the African Revolution and to really build the capacity of our membership. So I'm really excited to provide this political report. Everyone should have gotten this. If you haven't gotten one, you can see our registration desk. And this is what I'm going to be reading from. So I'll get started. Again, I want to salute our leadership, Chairman Omalia Shatella, without whom this political report could not get written because African internationalism has paved the way for African people to be free. And Chairman has been fighting for African self-determination and liberation for so long. And I'm just really grateful that I've stumbled across African internationalism and the chairman's leadership. And I just wanted to say that, Chairman. Uhuru.
No compromise.
No surrender.
No compromise.
No surrender. No compromise. Uhuru. And Deputy Chair Owners of Nation Teller, I also want to just give a big shout out to you. There's a lot of things that you will find out throughout this convention. The Deputy Chair's office and her leadership has afforded the African National Women's Organization, but just her as an example is a strong African woman who is like kicking ass of the ruling class in every single possible way. And I just also want to salute you, comrade. Uhuru. All right. So the African National Women's Organization was born as a strategy of the African Revolution. Founded in 2015 by the African People's Socialist Party, our mission then, as it is now, is to bring African women into revolutionary political life by providing clarity around and confronting the issues we face as a result of the colonial mode of production. The determination that colonialism is a mode of production was a theoretical breakthrough made by Chairman Omalia Shatella of the African People's Socialist Party. This conclusion posits that colonialism is not solely a relic of the past, but rather persists in a transformed state as the tactics of the colonizer adapt in response to resistance from the colonized. It is important for us to clearly define the type of convention we are having this year. Our title, African Women Taking a Stand Against Imperialism, Colonialism, and Neo-Colonialism, announces that this isn't just a conference of Black women like our past conventions allude to, but African revolutionary women. In 2023, we identified areas of opportunity to be more politically active. The more we put ourselves out there, the more we became aware of how necessary we are to the women's movement and the liberation struggle without the anti-colonial analysis that we provide through African internationalism. There's a significant level of ambiguity regarding the path forward for African women. What we have discovered is that although African women engage in various struggles across the world, their representation did not encompass the totality of Africa. Even though they define the struggles of African people, be it Africa, Haiti, Sudan, etc., this comes from not understanding the national question. These women typically identify us as African descendants, African peoples, people of color, or other idioms that, whether they knew it or not, confirmed a colonial identity and that we were something other than African. If we are descended from Africans, then what are we now? When did we become something else? In the process of breaking up Africa and stealing all of its resources, claiming people and territories for themselves, the colonizer told us what we were going to be. African-American, Cameroonian, South African, Canadian, Brazilian, and other identities created for the benefit of the colonizer and not for us. ANWO inserts Africa in any space we enter through our assertion that colonialism is our primary contradiction as African women. The only way we can assert colonialism is by recognizing our national identity as African, and that the colonial contradiction rests in the attack on Africa. Africans have lost something because of the contradiction, When someone asserts that we are fighting for Black liberation, there's often no clarification regarding what we are liberating or from whom. Africa as a nation of people dispersed due to the colonial mode of production is more than just words, but a political reality that the African People's Socialist Party has pinpointed since its beginnings. When we recognize what was stolen from us, our name, our homeland, our labor, as a people, we want to get it back. The process of taking it back will result in a righting of the world. In the book Vanguard, The Advanced Attachment of the African Revolution, Chairman O'Malley focuses on the question of the nation, where he says, our entry into this discussion of the nation is mandated by the seriousness of the times. It is mandated by the requirement of Africans and the oppressed to provide summation of reality that reflects our interests and our aspirations. Our summation is based on a science and objective analysis grounded in material reality that predicts the defeat of imperialism and the emancipation of the toiling masses of Africa and the world. Our discussion of the nation is informed by our inevitable elevation as workers to the role of the ruling class in the transition to a world shorn of classes, borders, nations, and states. To win our liberation, we must know who we are and who our enemies are. End quote. Without the recognition of the nation, we confine ourselves to the backward realities created within the artificial colonial borders, such as overcoming racism, self-hate, violence, and poverty. When we fight for the nation, for Africa, we reject the narratives given to us and begin to build new realities that strengthen our capacity to one day govern ourselves in a free, united Africa led by the African working class. We are African revolutionaries who, through organization, aim to bring on the African worker state. In the 2010 political report to the Fifth Congress of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela deepens the national question when he explains the differences experienced by African women as part of the colonized, oppressed African nation. He says, we recognize that there is really no such thing as women in general. That there is a huge distinction between the women of the slave-owning oppressor nation and the women of the enslaved oppressed nation. All available social and economic data reveal that while there are contradictions between the men and women of the colonizer nation, they are contradictions that play themselves out on the pedestal of the oppression of the colonized or oppressed nation. The truth is that the oppressor nation can and does resolve fundamental contradictions between oppressor nation men and women at the expense of the whole people of the oppressed nation. North American women do win the right to occupy prominent places in oppressor nation military forces that are currently murdering men, women, and children all over the world, especially in the Middle East and in police operations of the barrios and African domestic colonies of the US. Additionally, as women of the oppressed African nation, from which value is extracted at the expense of the ability of the oppressed nation to produce and reproduce real life, African women and girls in most places find themselves reduced to beasts of burden, fighting for the survival of themselves and their children and families. It's colonialism, not racism or patriarchy, that is the primary issue confronting African women. Since the attack on Africa that turned African people into commodities to be bought and sold, scattered us around the world, transformed our land into plantations for the oppressor nations, using African women's bodies as factories to produce and reproduce human life, African women have been in the tailspin of nonstop violence and oppression. Confronting colonialism as the barrier for African women redirects our struggle away from attaining gender equality to a struggle for power. To the extent that we gain power within the African worker state, the question of an equitable society will become a reality. In Africa, we experience colonial domination through the use of neo-colonialist puppets or white power and blackface. These include presidents, prime ministers, and local parliamentarians who've learned from the colonizers how to hoard resources and maintain the status quo. In the Americas, we experience domestic settler colonialism, where Europeans stole indigenous land, settled it, kidnapped Africans to work it, and killed indigenous people. Within the domestic colonies of the Americas, as in Europe, Africans experience a feeling of being the other, an unwanted presence, and therefore encounter heavy policing, violence, inequitable housing, and underemployment. African people do not experience prosperity and safety anywhere in the world. African women, as part of the African nation, experience a special oppression due to our gender and our African nationality. As a result of this oppression, we have been told that we should fight for equality with men, even though this does not overturn the special oppression of women. If this is the fight, at what point do we know when we've won? The same question is asked about the fight against racism. When do we know we've won? Will all the white people wear safety pins to identify themselves like they started to do in 2016 after Donald Trump won the US presidential election? The party determined long ago that fighting racism is a self-defeating waste of time. It embroils us in a struggle to gain acceptance from our oppressors, all while the pedestal of oppression remains intact. When we fight against colonialism, on the other hand, nothing is obscured. We are able to directly identify who has power over us and develop a strategy to overturn that parasitic relationship. To the extent that we have power and ownership over the means of production, it won't matter whether we are liked. African internationalism draws us closer to the final conclusion by helping us understand that its main points are: one, that capitalism was born parasitic. Capitalism could not exist without the enslavement, genocides, and colonization of African and oppressed peoples. In the process of creating a better life for the colonizers, African people were driven into a depressive, exploitative relationship, producing not for ourselves, but the European colonizers. And two, slavery and colonialism gave rise to the capitalism and to the capitalist ruling class in Europe, along with the white working class. If it wasn't for European conquistadors, merchants, men, and women, trappers, destroying indigenous societies all over the world, capitalism could not exist, and by default, neither would imperialism. We are clear that the destruction of the colonial mode of production will be the catalyst to destroying parasitic relationships that most of us experience. Women. Using African internationalism, we are able to provide a clear path to freedom for African women. As ANWO advances its work, we intend to further dismantle the hegemony that feminists have obscured concerning the issues of class and violence. These are the pitfalls we see our sisters drop into time and again. The question of class contradiction is a gray area amongst the African masses. There is a collective celebration when a woman accomplishes a high achievement within the white ruling class structures. For example, the selection of Kamala Harris as Vice President of the United States and the appointment of Judge Julia Sebutinde to the International Court of Justice meant a lot to African women, creating a shared pride for their accomplishments. African women donned pearl necklaces and Converse's Chuck Taylor sneakers on Inauguration Day to celebrate the first woman of color to become Vice President of the US. Sebutundi's acceptance to the ICJ garnered cheers and accolades from women on the internet and in her home country of Uganda. However, in both instances, when African working class people needed these women to stand against oppression, they did not. These women are instead rewarded by the white ruling class for their unity. Only a week after voting against South Africa's application against Israel for violating the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Julia Sebutinde, the sole African woman judge in the decision-making process, was selected as the vice president of the International Court of Justice. The contradiction deepens further when we reveal the irony of the South African settler colonies submitting such an application. Despite neo-colonial African leadership, the minority white settler population still owns and controls the means of production, while the majority of African population are distributed throughout the country's 532 townships, where rampant poverty and violence persist. Additionally, we popularized the phrase Black girl magic, something that is only reserved for African petty bourgeois achievements, when we should be popularizing Black girl against colonialism. A phrase that would recognize the achievements of African women fighting for our collective liberation. We must be wary of women who achieve high-ranking positions amongst the white ruling class, especially if we don't know who they are. The time demands African women make a choice. Are we for imperialism, or are we for liberation of African people? This cannot be determined by someone achieving a spot in the bourgeois institutions, but rather by their track record in defending what is right, even when faced with the full power of imperialism. We must take an anti-imperialist and anti-colonial approach. Colonial violence, which is something that we often engage in discussions about, because this is the primary thing that feminists use to determine that we need to fight against male domination over women. A few weeks into January, women in Kenya held one of the biggest protests the country has ever seen, calling attention to Kenyan femicide, the escalating murders of women. It was the third week into the new year, and already 14 women had been murdered. The feminist organizers called for the men to be held accountable for the violence. However, the violence wasn't contained just to women, but instead extended to the entire population. Therefore, it was not femicide, as the feminist organizers claimed, but evidence of an escalating violence overall. The violence that affects women is happening within a country where all African people are experiencing violence, from the state and from within the colony. As Kenya sends its citizens to be migrant workers for Israel in the face of Palestinian resistance to its colonial rule over them, and sends its police to contain Haitian resistance in Haiti, the violence inside the colony escalates. Although we empathize with the murders of women, we are more concerned with Kenya's nascent imperialist policy organized by the US military, which also manifests itself in the daily lives of Kenyan people. This includes the escalating violence and deaths of African women. It is deeply important to us to create an African internationalist anti-colonial narrative around violence that does not name African men as the greatest threat to African women, when they are largely victims of colonial violence. We squarely blame the parasitic social system that maintains its power using violence. African men and women are victims of this culture of violence, even if it manifests itself interpersonally. The colonial practice of oppressing women has partly consolidated itself in our households, either by adhering to the outmoded colonial ideas of gender roles that trap women with the primary child rearing and house maintenance responsibilities, or leaving women to maintain the family unit alone without a partner or community support to support them. She may also be trapped in cycles of abuse in which her partner may turn the home into a fiefdom, inflicting violence as a method of control. In the 2011 article for the Burning Spear newspaper entitled "And the Oppression of African Women, Breaking Through Feminism," I explain how colonial capitalism creates a dichotomy that makes it difficult to recognize the colonial conditions that forces us to make decisions we may not otherwise make for ourselves and our families and states. For example, a sister might be resentful toward Black men because instead of becoming a change agent, a brother might become a drug dealer. And due to the resulting jail time from his activity, more single Black mothers turn to welfare for economic assistance. To free themselves from their perceived abandonment, Black women could engage in acts of collaboration with the state against Black men and Black people through welfare, which is an imperialist tool that rewards single-parent households led by Black women. It creates avenues to become agents for the oppressor as a way to incarcerate more Black men and to further tie ourselves economically to the system through child support, wage garnishments, and welfare to work programs, among others. And of course, discussions about this are happening without recognizing, or at least not wanting to recognize, that a brother doesn't choose to be a drug dealer as much as a sister doesn't choose to go on welfare. These are responses to the colonial mode of production, which has divested the economic and human resources from African communities the world over since it came into existence. The issue of childcare is real, though. Notwithstanding that not every African has or wants children, the impact of not having access to childcare affects the whole nation. Our Arrest CPS campaign operates within this crisis. The colonial state creates the conditions that make it difficult for poor working class African women to make it. It deepens the crisis when they kidnap African children through the family regulation system. African women and families in metropoles are forced to pay thousands of dollars a year for childcare, an unavoidable economic drain that comes from the need for parents to work to maintain themselves in a capitalist society. According to the businessinsider.com, in 2021, the average annual cost of childcare in the US was $10,600 per child. Since 2000, the cost of childcare has increased 115%. For poor and working class African families trying to make ends meet, the colonial necessity transformed them into tenant farmers for capitalism. In order to meet the demands of the colonial mode of production, we must leave the house to work. But the majority of the money we earn is sucked back out of our households through childcare and other bills. The future of a free and liberated Africa and African people will require universal childcare centers. Similar to military conscription or jury duty, it should be mandatory that all citizens serve return in our childcare centers. alleviating the financial burden and isolation that African women experience. The future also requires the prevention of sexual exploitation of our most vulnerable, which is a direct result of the parasitic slave economy of capitalism. Whereas before the attack of Africa and the invasion of various indigenous lands, women and children had societal value. Now our value is trapped in parasitism. Women become commodities in times of economic crisis, either turning ourselves into so-called sex workers, or we are made vulnerable by that society to predators who turns us into sex workers. Either way, the result is women and children are forced into exploitation because society is exploitative. The same points can be made of child labor and other forms of oppression that leave vulnerable sectors of our societies open. A recent bill in Ghana targeting same-gender loving and trans folks shook headlines in recent weeks. It attaches harsh criminal punishment to same-sex consensual relationships. Ghana, however, does not take the same stance against US and other imperialists that set up military encampments, drain the economy, and exploit workers, among other things. Instead of creating society that uplifts all of its people, it deepens the crisis and inflicts punishment on its people. We can see in both cases of Ghana and Kenya, the direction is not toward the safety and suspiciously of its people, but a trend towards prioritizing its relationships with the foreign imperialist aggressor. However, when it comes down to challenging these specific oppressions, the groups fighting them are often women or directly impacted people. What kind of society do we hope to have if only one half of it works toward a solution and the other can barely be bothered, either because they believe it is a woman's issue or they don't do anything because they don't benefit from it? Our work as revolutionaries is to bring it to the surface and create communal responses to ensure the eradication of all backward oppressive practices. National liberation struggles. I wanted to talk about this because we've been doing a lot of work around like really investigating like what women in particular have been contributing to national liberation struggles over the course of the time when African people and oppressed people have been fighting against, their oppressors. And what we found is that the best way to overturn backward colonial practices is to become a revolutionary. Women are necessary to the cause of national liberation. However, an observation of women and national liberation struggles of the past revealed that despite women's participation, our situation does not improve. Historically, our participation in national liberation struggles has significantly contributed to the rapid transformation of society and our eventual victory. However, oftentimes, women constitute a significant portion of the ranks, fighting valiantly alongside their male comrades. During the struggle, many female comrades experienced newfound freedoms, including sexual, political, and social liberties, only to face the stark reality of the slow pace of this freedom as the armed struggle reached its conclusion. In Eritrea, Nicaragua, Burkina Faso, Mozambique, and Algeria are just a few examples, and there are many others. In some instances, all the things that helped win the revolution made it difficult to enter a society that had not moved the masses forward. And I'm raising this because I want to avoid this, right? Because this is what we've seen now. People are like, oh, there was this great thing that was done 20 years ago. It made a real big hubbub about women and society and transforming that society into something more, right? But then after the revolution, you don't see, like right now, we don't see any forward progression of those women in that society. That's because there are contradictions. We haven't overturned the relationship that we have with the colonial mode of production. Colonialism is still intact. And so those same oppressive systems that maintained itself during the direct colonial domination still exist. So even within the African liberation movement, fighting the colonizer required people to destroy the institutions and physical presence of colonial domination, but failed in destroying what the colonizers deposited into us over centuries. So all the liberties gained within the armed struggle were not trapped within the colonial concepts and by neo-colonial overseers who eventually were now, not. Let me reread that. Fighting the colonizer required people to destroy the institutions and the physical presence of the colonial domination, but failed in destroying what the colonizers deposited into us over centuries. So all the liberties gained within the armed struggle are now trapped within the colonial concepts and by neo-colonial overseers who eventually took power. Within the African liberation movement, it's hard for men and even some women to see the value of entrenching ourselves in struggles of fellow Africans because we are women and because we are poor and we are working class. African women are drowning in an ocean of issues that do not bubble up to the surface long enough for people to care. 20 women get raped in a day, par for the course. Black women are missing and exploited, par for the course. Black women represent 57% of all victims of violent crimes in a city, par for the course. Black women die when trying to give birth, par for the course. And Black women experience statutory rape, then do drugs to relieve the trauma, lose their children, all par for the course. These are all some of the contradictions that we have learned about as we are organizing in the African National Women's Organization. It could be that these issues, although quite dramatic, are a drop in the bucket of a larger epidemic of violence and abuse that African people experience. We are forced into a colonial crisis every day, making it hard to define one struggle from the other, the struggle to win our liberation. So that we do not fall victim to the same tragic result of past national liberation struggles, African women have to assert themselves and issues inside the African Revolution. We must transform the struggle from one that women deal with alone to one that our entire people deal with. This is what true transformation will require. When the party created ANWO as a strategy of the African Revolution, we understood that the expectation was that African women would use a theory of African internationalism to make dialectical material analysis of the world so that we can change it. That is what we are doing in ANWO. And when we talk about imperialist wars of domination and occupation, which is a tactic that the US imperialism is using to justify military intervention by highlighting the oppressive conditions of women in countries opposed to US democracy. Although women may be experiencing oppression in those places, the US is not there to provide freedom. They are there to conquer and control for the benefit of the US. In fact, there is documented history of foreign militaries increasing instances of sexual exploitation and oppression of women in places they've colonized. When France banned the burqa, which targeted Muslim women who wore face coverings, associating it with terrorism, there was no US outcry charging France with violating human and women's rights. When Israel indiscriminately kills thousands of Palestinians in its genocidal settler colonial campaign, many of whom are women and children, the US sends millions of dollars to enhance Israel's military. Millions of African people are wiped off the earth in a matter of months, and only a small few blink an eye. Colonial militaries control African militaries carrying out these violations. The US pretends that they are brokering peace, all the while funding the state responsible for the murders and mass displacement. Although it's hard to say this based on the fact that many of these horrible instances of violence I did not directly experience, but I would argue that it is in those times of violence and disorder that there's an opportunity to organize and be victorious against the enemy. Ideally, it would be beneficial to be organized before the onset of violence and engaged in creating institutions and opportunities for revolutionary leaders to emerge. So when there's another bout of violence and disorder, we will be primed to seize territory and forward the revolutionary objectives. That is what this convention is calling for. African women are tired of being the victims of in every instance. To prevent that, we must be organized, engaged, and ready to build. The US destroyed the Grenadian Revolution, embargoed and tried to destroy the Cuban Revolution, worked alongside France to kill Lumumba, the first democratically elected president of Congo, worked hand in hand to remove Kwame Nkrumah, the first African prime minister of Ghana, who called for a united Africa. They funded the war against the Sandinistas and with drugs sold to African communities in the US. We must not fall victim to the tactic anymore. This is our roll up your sleeve, dig in your toes, button down the hatches, ready ourselves convention. We are going to have to shed weight or beef up. We are either going to do this or we are not. African women and African people. I'm calling on every African woman in our party to join. If you haven't, why haven't you? This is your organization. I'm calling on every African woman in the US to join. If you haven't joined yet, why haven't you? This is your organization. You should do so this weekend. In Africa, the Caribbean, South America, Central America, and Asia, wherever you are, African women, join ANWO. The time is now. Africa. Uhuru, comrades. All right, so I'm going to bring up at this point to our comrade Coco to introduce our first panel. Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru. Thank you, President yesterday. As yesterday always say, you either gonna do it or you're not. The African National Women's Organization is led by the socialist theory of African internationalism. It is the theory to explain the conditions of African women and chart the course to victory. We encourage African women who were moved by President yesterday's presentation to join us today. As she said, all African women should be a part of ANWO. If you are online, go to www.anwouhuru.org/join. And if you're not an African woman, everyone can donate. Next, I have the honor of introducing our first panel, which is Unite the International African Working Class, a global dialogue amongst African working class women around the world about the challenges and prospects that through collective efforts can unite the African women in our shared fight for liberation. So,
One Africa.
one nation,
One Africa.
one nation,
Nation.
one Africa. So our panelists for this talk are Sheila Silva, was born in Brazil, currently living in Germany. Amelia Valencia Moran, Confederacia Nacional de Organizaciones Afro-Colombianas, living in Colombia. Angelica Alberto, Hands United in Solidarity, born in Angola, currently living in Washington State. And Angelica Alberto, Hands United in Solidarity, born in Angola, currently living in Washington State. Sister Geneva will translate Spanish here, and Sister Angelica will be accompanied by a Portuguese translator. We'll give each panelist 5 minutes to introduce themselves, and then we'll jump in with some questions. Uhuru. Amelia's not on? Okay. Amelia, we can't see you, Conrad. Different had it set up yesterday. Uhuru, we can see. Okay. Jennifer, can you hear us?
Uhuru, one sec. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I was forgive me, I was translating.
Amelia, can you turn your camera on? Yes. Jennifer, can you ask Amelia to turn her camera on in Spanish?
Amelia, puede ponerse su cámara. No puede moverte. Quiere moverte.
All right, let's go ahead. So let's start with Sheila Silva. Can you go ahead and 5 minutes introduce yourself?
Of course, greetings and good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm already in Brazil, so I'm speaking from Brazil, and it will be really nice because I will be able to give my point of view being here. So I'm Sheila Silva, an African whose the ancestor was displaced in Brazil. I'm 40 years old. I'm a political mobilizer, a film producer, and an educator. Yes. Also from a working class family from Brazil. And currently I've lived in Germany for 13 years, but I'm spending my vacation time with my family in Brazil, in São Paulo. And this is who I am.
Uhuru. All right, and Angelica Alberto.
Olá, bom dia.
Hello, good morning.
Eu me chamo Angélica Alberto.
My name is Angelica Alberto.
Eu sou angolana de origem.
I am from Angola.
Tenho 23 anos de idade.
I'm 23 years old.
Migrei há alguns meses atrás para os Estados Unidos.
I migrated some months ago to the US.
Toda a minha vida eu vivi em Angola,
I've lived
mas,
in Angola for like all my life.
mas só que por algumas diversidade eu tive que deixar o meu país e migrar para o outro.
And due to like some difficulties, she had to leave her country and move here to the US.
Mas essa é uma história que eu contarei em outro momento e
But
muito prazer em conhecer vocês. Estou feliz em compartilhar esse momento convosco.
This is another story that I can tell another time, but I'm really happy to be here and share with you guys, with everybody.
And Conrad and Emilia.
Y Emilia.
Hello.
Yun.
I am going to speak in Spanish because it's easier to me. No? Do you understand me? Do you listen to me?
Sí, yes.
Yes.
Sí.
Ok, yo soy, bueno, Emilianeita Valencia Murraín, del único departamento negro de Colombia que se llama Chocó.
Hi, my name is Emilia Murion, and I am a organizer for the group Chocón.
Un departamento que durante más de 50 años sufrió la explotación de sus recursos mineros por parte de una compañía extranjera.
We have been fighting for over 50 years against a foreign company.
Okay. Actualmente vivo en Cali, soy maestra de formación y profesión.
Actually, I live in Cali. I'm a teacher of organizing.
Pero también soy activista por los derechos de los pueblos negros desde muy joven.
But I'm also an activist for young Black people.
Soy educadora, gestora cultural, investigadora.
I'm also an investigator of African history.
Okay. Y soy la fundadora de la Asociación de Mujeres Afrocolombianas, Amafrocol.
And I'm also the founder of the Afro-Colombian Organization of Women.
Y la creadora del encuentro de peinadoras y concurso de peinados afro, Tejiendo Esperanzas.
Otra vez no podría decir.
Y la creadora del encuentro de peinadoras y concurso de peinados afro, Tejiendo Esperanzas.
And also the creator of I couldn't hear very well the last part.
Braiders meeting and Afro Hairdo contest.
Herdo Condes.
Contest.
Oh,
Concurso.
okay. She's also the creator of the Afro hairstyle contest.
Bueno, y no me voy a extender más, me pueden googlear y allí encuentran algo más sobre mí.
And she's also there's also a lot of other cultural projects that she does as well.
Okay. Can you all explain why your work aligns with the theme of this convention? And let's start with Angelica.
How does your work align? Can you repeat the question? How does your work align with the theme?
Okay, what is the question?
How does your work how does your work
Como é que seu trabalho
align with the theme of the convention?
Como é que seu trabalho aqui se alinha com o tema da conferência?
Bem, muito obrigada. A pergunta é como que se alinha?
Porque a conferência é sobre mulheres africanas, então ela quer saber, tipo, o que você está fazendo aqui, tudo que você está fazendo, toda a sua militância e tudo mais, se alinha com o que eles estão apresentando hoje, qual é a importância das mulheres estarem se reunindo hoje nesse espaço.
Bem, eu sendo mulher, eu me interessei com o tema porque a minha organização chama-se Mãos Unidas pela Solidariedade.
She's saying that she as a woman was interested in participating because the group that she like joined here. No, actually, she created this with a lot of people. It's called United Hands for Solidarity.
E o nosso grupo é grupo de imigrantes, mas não lutamos só pelos imigrantes, mas pelos direitos humanos.
We are a group of migrants here, but we are not only a migrant group. We are advocating for human rights.
E nesses direitos humanos, isso inclui o direito das crianças, das mulheres que são maltratados em seus países de origem.
And as you're saying, this, her advocacy always included child, women, especially women that have been oppressed and mistreated in their country of origin.
E eu estou aqui para provar que toda mulher é capacitada de exaltar a sua voz e falar ao público, porque no meu grupo, no membro da liderança, eu sou a única mulher.
She's saying that she's here to prove that women can speak up, especially because she's the only woman that is part of this group here.
Na nossa liderança somos 5 pessoas, onde são 4 homens e uma única mulher, que sou eu.
The leadership is formed by 5 people, 4 guys, and she's the only girl representing part of this group.
E eu sendo a única mulher, eu sofri muita crítica, muita discriminação, como onde a homem e mulher não pode se levantar para falar.
She said that since she's a woman in this group, she faced some how can I say oppression, some prejudice, discrimination, because there's this idea that where men is present, women can't speak up.
E quando eu ouvi esse tema, isso me doeu muito, porque eu senti como se estavam oprimindo os meus direitos de me exprimir na sociedade, de me exprimir diante das câmaras e defender os direitos das mulheres.
She said that when she heard that, it felt so painful because that would she felt oppressed, her voice was dismissed, erased. When all she wanted to speak up, to be on camera, talking about na câmera aí.
Falar na câmara e falar dos direitos das mulheres.
Yeah, and speak up and in behalf of women's rights.
Isso prova que, apesar de estarmos no século XXI, onde a mulher já foi desenvolvida, já tem o direito de se exprimir, mas ainda há homens que carregam o machismo contra as mulheres.
She said that despite it is 2024, where women gain more rights, there is still the belief in men that says that women can speak up.
Eu estou aqui para provar que, apesar de eu ser a única mulher no meio da liderança do meu grupo, eu vim para demonstrar a ele que eu sou capaz de mostrar mais o lado positivo das mulheres, o que uma mulher pode trazer de positivo numa organização.
And she said that she's there to prove that, although she's among men, that she can prove that women.
A mulher também pode trazer algo positivo, algo de bom no seu mundo.
She said that she's here to show the positive the positive side of women involved in those groups and how
trazer mais de positivo e mais de bom no seu grupo.
yeah, she thought they can like bring more like positive outcomes in their group.
Porque não só o homem pode ser o pilar de uma organização, mas a mulher também pode muito bem segurar e manter uma organização, porque a mulher é a mãe, é quem gera, é quem tem mais conhecimento.
Um, she said that she wants to prove that not only men can be this pillar of society, that women are also part of it, that women is like more powerful because they can give birth, they can give life, and
que ela pode transmitir mais conhecimento, porque ela sabe como gerar mundo em si.
She said that she can, like women can also provide knowledge because they can like create the world.
Isso é pouquinho que eu tinha para compartilhar.
This is all I have to share for now. We can't hear.
Sheila Silva, can you answer the question too?
Of course, I can. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
my base is my family and my two grandmothers. Both they were children of sharecroppers here in Brazil. Both they were illiterate. Both they had to start working as domestic workers. And I'm from a working class family, and women they played a huge role in maintaining the family financially, and of course nurturing the family and everything. With my grandmothers, I learned what means to struggle as African. I learned resilience and love. And of course, I see myself as a keeper of this tradition, and I see myself as an important person to keep helping our people to be free everywhere where we are. Yes, this is my main position about that and why I am here, because I see myself as an African, and I understood that we are struggling everywhere around the world, worldwide, and the resources that I could achieve, it was through my family, what they could give me. And I see myself giving back to our community in the way that I can use the resources that I have. It can be financially, it can be intellectually, and this is what I do. Thank you.
So I want to ask the panelists, how can African women living in different countries leverage their respective positions and resources to support one another's liberation movements? You need me to repeat? Okay. Yeah, so how can African women living in different countries leverage their respective positions and resources to support one another's liberation movements? And Amelia, can you tackle this one first?
La pregunta es, ¿cómo pueden las mujeres africanas en países diferentes aprovechar los recursos para beneficiar el movimiento revolucionario? La pregunta es por usted, Emilia.
Ok, no me habían dicho. Bueno, lo que podemos hacer en el caso bueno, hablo de la experiencia de Colombia.
I'm talking from the experience, the Colombian experience. What we can do
es que las mujeres que están en los cargos de poder y de decisión,
the women who are in poverty and destitution,
deben incidir en la creación de estructuras y políticas de inclusión y enfoques diferenciales.
They need to join into different organizations that are focused on of changing that.
Políticas públicas que
But
permitan
public
avanzar,
public organizations, political organizations, sorry,
ok, que permitan avanzar a otras mujeres
that
en,
will allow for other women to get ahead.
ok, en campos como la educación, la política, la cultura y la autonomía económica.
And specifically in the cases, political cases, educationally, and culturally, and I couldn't I lost the last one.
Eh, de hecho, actualmente, gracias a la gestión de nuestra vicepresidenta,
And in fact, thank you to the president of this meeting.
se creó el Ministerio de la Igualdad y la Equidad,
And also the Ministry of Equality and of age as well.
que tiene a su vez un viceministerio para las mujeres.
And that's going to bring visibility into the state of women.
Para tratar todos los asuntos que nos competen a fin de mejorar nuestras condiciones de vida.
Otra vez la única.
Para tratar los asuntos de las mujeres a fin de mejorar nuestras condiciones de vida.
Okay, to basically to try to make better the women's affairs for a better life.
En general necesitamos que las mujeres de todo el mundo que estén en los cargos de poder,
in fact, what all of the women that are impoverished need to do
abran los espacios para las otras, para las que vienen.
is to open up the space so that other people can enter.
All right, and Sheila Silva, can you answer the same question? You need me to repeat it, or you got it?
No, I have the question, sorry, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I have the questions here. And through my experience living abroad, although I'm from Brazil and work with different women from Latin America, African women from Latin America, and United States and in Europe, I see as an important thing that we could create committees, for example, yes, where we could meet and share our work, what we are doing in the place where we are. Of course, also sharing the difficulties that we have to implement some kind of programs that we work on in the place where we are. And the programs that works, for example, and that are established, we could duplicate in other areas, of course, paying attention about the specificities, about the culture. But if we could have these committees and meet maybe once a month and to share what we are doing in the respectively areas where we are, and of course, through this program, they could replicate, we would achieve a coming together and we could work much better, I think. Not isolated. We should work as African together, yes, truly together.
Right. And then Angelica. Bom dia.
Bom dia.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
A mesma pergunta?
É a mesma pergunta.
Bem, o pouco que eu tenho para dizer é que nós sabemos que na nossa cultura africana temos uma cultura em que a mulher tem que ser submissa.
Yeah, she's like, what I have to say is that in African culture, there is this idea that women should be submissive.
Ser submissa não é ruim, é bom porque isso mostra o valor e o respeito da mulher.
How can I say it again?
Ser submissa não é ruim, é bom porque isso mostra o respeito e o valor da mulher.
She's saying that on a certain point, submissive, it's like, how can I say that? Should be a power, like should be the way of women to empower themselves, like and show they respect.
Mas a submissão se torna ruim quando faz com que você se esqueça dos seus direitos.
And then she says that but submissive, like being submissive also can be something terrible because you forget, like that can make you forget your rights.
E você esquece que você tem direito e você coloca a submissão na frente e isso te impede de se desenvolver.
And that leads you to forget like your rights and
E você esquece que você tem direito e a submissão te impede de se desenvolver, de fluir.
And you forget that you have rights and that keeps you from like evolve in society. Técnicas que a gente pode fazer para mudar isso.
E quando isso acontece, isso faz com que quando uma outra mulher se flui e se desenvolve, isso causa um tipo de inveja e você acha que não, a outra mulher não pode falar, não pode se desenvolver assim porque não é certo, porque a mulher tem que ser submissa.
And then she says like when there is like a woman like in the spotlight, when they reach certain spaces, there is this idea of how can I say non-solidarity like among women, like some of them become like jealous or hateful of others.
E o que nós temos que fazer é chamar as mulheres à razão, fazê-las entender que não é só submissão que nós precisamos também defender os nossos direitos.
And then she said like should like women should get together and think that not like submission is not the answer for that. Like submissão
não é só a única coisa que nós precisamos defender também os nossos direitos.
Oh yeah, like she said, like be submissive is not something that we like should keep us from like fight for our rights. Like in other words, like women should be together to empower themselves and try to find a solution like against this hate between women, among women.
E também a outra maneira de ajudar é fazendo com que as mulheres parem de se oprimir umas às outras e que se deem a mão e lutem por uma causa justa, conveniente para todas nós.
And she said, like, yeah, women should stop like oppressing each other, and instead of they should like get together and fight for like a major, like a bigger thing. Yeah, she said, like, that's all I want to say.
So one more question. We got about 15 minutes left. What unique challenges do African women face within the working class in each of the diverse global contexts? And how can collective efforts address these challenges? I'll go ahead and repeat again. This is a yesterday question, as you can tell. Okay. What unique challenges do African women face within the working class in each of, I would say, your areas, and how can all of us address these challenges?
The question is for?
So it's for each of you. Amelia, you want to go first? You ready? Okay, Jennifer, can you translate the question?
¿Entiende la pregunta en inglés? ¿O lo entiende? Okay. She understands.
Okay.
Bueno, I can. Ah, en Colombia, uno de los principales retos para las mujeres ingresar en el campo laboral, para que las mujeres ingresen al mundo del trabajo, del empleo, es la racialización.
For women who enter into the workforce, they're gonna enter into a racist, basically a racist environment.
Cuando una va a buscar una oportunidad laboral, cuando una se presenta a un empleo, muchas veces es descalificada. Bueno, las mujeres somos descalificadas por nuestro fenotipo y por llevar nuestro cabello natural.
Uh, Basically, when a black woman is employed or she becomes an employee, a lot of times they are questioning her qualifications. Dijiste de la cabeza natural o qué dijiste?
Cabello natural,
Okay,
natural hair.
they have a lot of problems even with their having their natural hair, wearing their
Okay.
natural hair.
Aquí aún se piensa que nuestro cabello natural en cualquiera de sus formas no es profesional.
Here they believe that if you're wearing your natural hair in the workforce, then it's not professional in any form. Any form that they wear their hair is not professional if it's natural.
También tenemos el problema del colorismo.
And we also have the problem of colorism.
Cuando una mujer va a buscar empleo junto con una mujer negra junto con una no negra, aunque la mujer negra tenga mayor formación académica, el empleo en muchas ocasiones se lo dan a las mujeres no negras, a las mujeres blancas.
So when there's an African woman who is being presented or trying to get a job, she will often be overlooked, and the employer will choose instead a white woman, or a very light skinned, almost white woman, instead of the African women, even though the African woman has all of the qualifications and more.
Por otro lado, las mujeres negras que migran de sus regiones, que llegan a las grandes ciudades, en ocasiones se ven abocadas a desempeñarse como empleadas domésticas.
And so, when a lot of women who come from smaller towns into the big cities, they're looking for a better life. They are often subjected to domestic work.
Y son explotadas y maltratadas.
And they're treated very, very badly. They're mistreated.
Otras se ganan la vida en labores informales. Acá en Colombia se llama rebusque y sin ninguna seguridad social.
And so they have a lot of the women who are migrating, they have a lot of issues obtaining I believe she said like getting like lawyers and getting social security, etc.
Entonces, las que estamos organizadas tenemos el deber de ayudar a otras que no están organizadas y que no conocen sus derechos ni las herramientas jurídicas para defenderlas.
And so that's why we are organizing these women so that they can understand their rights and to try to overturn that.
El reto o el desafío es apoyarlas, implementar lo que en Estados Unidos se conoce como el black money, es decir, poner a circular el dinero entre las mujeres negras que están generando ingresos de diferentes maneras.
Otra vez dijiste, otra vez.
Que tenemos la obligación o tenemos el reto, el
We have the
desafío,
obligation
okay, de ayudarlas
to help them
implementando lo que en the United States you know as black money.
implementing what the United States calls black money.
Comprando sus productos o usando sus servicios, los servicios de las que no han podido acceder, por decir algo, a la academia y a mejores oportunidades laborales.
Then we use that money to help them get the things that they normally wouldn't be able to get, and to also help them academically.
Okay.
Yes, sí. Bueno, can you go ahead and answer the same question, Sheila?
Yes, I will be very shortly because here the talk of Emilia, we are almost the same area, we are neighbors, so our historical process was very similar. So African women that suffer of the same problems, I would say 1-to-1 the same problems. And it starts, at least in Brazil, what I perceive being here today, we Brazilian, or the population, the African population, we suffer of identity crisis. Yes, people, they don't know who they are. Through the process of miscegenation, we have a lot of identities. The most of people, they don't identify themselves as Africans or also not African Brazilian or something like that. It's very, very difficult to bring people together to fight for their rights, to understand who they are and for what kind of thing they should fight for. This is a huge problem here. I think it should, we must, and it's not should, we must start with political education, working with the identity. Once we know who we are, we will know where we are going, what we are fighting for, because people are very connected with nationality, women also when they achieve a kind of place where they have a kind of influence. The most of the people, women especially, because we have programs since 2010, especially for women through education, but colonial education, they want to be a part of the system, yes. And it's very difficult because they will be a role model for the most of the population who are on the bottom of the society. For example, women here also, we are 6 million African women working as domestic work, no social security, healthcare, shelter, anything. And we live in a kind of way like a castle, like in East Indian, yes. There is no social mobility, and one person that achieve a certain place, you think about their own gain and how to participate in the system, and the most of the population will stay in the same situation. Yes, so the situation in Brazil and in Colombia is very similar.
Angelica, do you need me to repeat that question?
I can repeat the pregunta.
Okay. What unique challenges do African women face within the working class in your area, and how can collective efforts from all of us, from internationally, to address these challenges?
É a primeira.
Be the first question.
A primeira. As mulheres africanas enfrentam uma variedade de desafios em seus papéis como trabalhadoras em diferentes contextos globais.
African women face a variety of challenges in their roles as workers in different global contexts.
Isso pode incluir desigualdade de sexo.
That can include gender inequality.
Desigualdade salarial.
Wage inequality.
Falta de acesso à educação e oportunidades de empregos melhores.
Lack of access of education and job opportunities, gender discrimination, and difficulties balancing family responsibilities with professional obligation.
Você colocando.
Okay.
E os esforços coletivos podem enfrentar esses desafios ao promover a conscientização sobre a questão de gênero.
Collective efforts collective efforts can address these challenges by promoting awareness of gender issues.
E sobre a advocacia por políticas de igualdade de gênero.
Advocating for gender equality policies.
E a capacitação econômica das mulheres e apoio mútuo dentro das comunidades e locais de trabalho.
Advocating for gender equality policies, economically empowering women, and providing mutual support within communities and workplaces.
Isso quer dizer que as mulheres têm sofrido muitos desafios, como tentar se igualar aos homens, tentar se igualar mais ou menos igual com o que os homens fazem, mas só que não estão tendo essas oportunidades.
It means that women have been trying to reach the same level, like social level as men. And although we are trying, like fighting hard, we haven't got there yet.
Não é que estamos querendo ser como os homens.
It's not because we want to be like men.
Mas estamos querendo ter as mesmas oportunidades que são oferecidas para eles.
We are like willing to have the same opportunities that they do.
Como a educação que eles têm, porque as mulheres estão praticamente vivendo como nos tempos antigos, onde a mulher só é mantida em casa para criar os filhos, não tem direito a sair, trabalhar ou estudar.
It feels like women are living like past in centuries where we can only stay at home, take care of the kids. We're not allowed to leave the place or live the place and leave the place and work.
A mulher continua com essa mentalidade de continuar a ser uma dona de casa, mãe para cuidar de crianças e uma mulher submissa aí entre todos.
Yeah, women often conditioned to be a head of household or caretaker and be submissive to several types of oppression.
Praticamente o desafio é que estamos sendo impedidos de explorar um pouquinho de nós que nós temos para oferecer.
It feels like we've been kept from to share
E estão nos impedindo de nós mostrar o que nós temos para oferecer.
Yeah, keeping us from showing what we have to offer.
Porque a mulher não pode só se limitar a cuidar de casa, lavar a louça, fazer a comida para o marido.
Women should not be conditioned to be a housewife, take care of the kids, take care of the husband.
Mas ela também merece ter uma educação.
They also should have education,
saber falar,
know how to speak,
se exprimir na sociedade,
to express themselves in society,
e ter uma igualdade de trabalho, de emprego e de salários também.
And have equality of jobs, wage, and financial as well.
Estamos num mundo onde uma mulher, para poder ter um salário ou um emprego adequado, tem que ter, em troca de sexo, há homens que oprimem a mulher, que para poder ter um trabalho digno, um salário digno, tem que dar algo em troca.
She said that we are often conditioned in order to get access to better jobs, better opportunities. Women are often sexualized, and sometimes they have to exchange their bodies like sex to something else in order to reach what they want.
Eles não olham a capacidade e a inteligência que você tem, mas eles só olham para o seu físico, que parece ser o mais importante.
They don't focus on their skills, their intelligence, but they only see their bodies. They only see us as a sexual body.
Isso é um pouquinho que eu tenho para partilhar acerca dos desafios. Eu acho que o conhecimento das mulheres tinha que ser levado mais em conta do que o seu físico.
That's all I have to say regarding the challenges. And I really believe that women should be seen by their capacity than their body.
Absolutely. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for this very engaging discussion. I can go on. I had yesterday has a list. I had a list of questions. But we time is short. And this this panel discussion definitely represents why we have to bridge between the international organization and women internationally. Because even though our special oppression looks different, is very much rooted in the same things, and that's colonialism. So, I went off script. It is evident now more than ever why African women need alignment against the vicious monster of imperialism. There's so much that was covered, but so much that exists as barriers to true liberation. Thank you for your participation. We hope that you can participate in our breakout sessions coming up next. Please give another round of applause for our valiant sisters. Uhuru. Now, at this time, we're going to take a break for lunch in our breakout sessions. In the room, we'll use 15 minutes to collect our food and 45 minutes split into two breakouts. Breakout session 1 is Women's Resistance in Response to Imperialist Wars and Occupation, led by President Yejide, and Anti-Colonial Strategies to Analyze, Combat, and Overturn Interpersonal Gender-Based Violence, led by myself, Coco Lewis. Online special access ticket holders will be split into the breakouts of their choosing, and we'll join the in-room conversations in 15 minutes. Uhuru. Are we powered down, Shay?
imperialist-driven wars and oppression. So if you want to be involved in that conversation, then just huddle around this table right here to the right. And then if you want to be involved in the conversation around gender-based violence, hover around this table to the left. No.
But
this is my left, opposite. I'm on the left-hand side, and then you're on the right-hand side. And then, yeah, so we'll get started in the room and online. And if you're online, can they hear me online? If you're online, if you pre-selected your breakout rooms, just go to whichever computer or name a participant. Can they see us on webinar? Okay, yes. Just go to whatever computer that is indicated on screen. So just highlight just pin the breakout rooms, right? Great. Okay, I'll do mine. So once the videos are spotlighted online, just go to whichever breakout room you selected. So we'll make another round of call in a couple of minutes, and then we'll get started. Hmm? If people online can hear me, we've run into a contradiction with the breakout rooms that's not showing up for us in webinar. So how we're going to do this, and this will probably have an impact on how you can participate, is for breakout room 1, we're going to do that completely in the room, no online category. And then for breakout room 2, we'll have that virtual and in the room. So I apologize to anybody who wanted to be involved in that discussion virtually on breakout room 1, but we're going to make it happen. Mostly everybody got their food, so we had to make an adjustment for our online participants because breakout rooms isn't showing up for us in Zoom right now. So we are going to make entirely in the room the breakout room 1 conversation. You should still meet me in the back or something, or maybe we come up here toward the stage if you want to be involved in that conversation, because it's going to be a big crowd around that table around gender-based violence. And then Coco, you should still be online because we have participants who will be, you just unmute yourself and have people in that conversation. So yeah, let's just do that. Okay, anybody raise of hands, who's going to be in breakout room 1 with me talking about imperialist wars and aggression against women? Okay, great. 1, 2, okay. See, I told y'all a smaller group is going to be up here. Okay, Conrad. All right. We'll get started in just 2 minutes, and we're going to try to get this done in the next, we have 40 minutes left. Okay.
So, Tucker, Mike Wallace and the sheriff. I remember Mike Wallace did it now. Yeah, the hate to do it.
Right. Right. Uhuru. So I'm just gonna repeat what I just stated here. Is that I drew from my experience as a daughter of two generations of domestic violence survivors, and even sat down with my mom to organize my idea And the overall strategy is dual and continuing powers, because we know that women who are in, hostile environments can't really call on the state, because it may mean themselves going to prison or going to jail or being arrested or facing some type of state repercussion. And if they have any children too, that their children are taken. So I broke this up into three separate ideas, which is empower women, because women who tend to be vulnerable and come from a place of low self-esteem and low self-value, then provide resources and then provide security. So I have some ideas as far as empowering women, but and feel free to unmute yourself if you're online or raise your hand. What strategies do you think we can do to empower women that maybe face those situations? Go ahead.
First of all, teach our girls that they have power and that they are not under anybody else's power other than their parents. And because they care for someone, don't mean that they are a walking man.
Correct.
Also, what helped me was when I found out that I had support. Not somebody in the family, not somebody around the corner, but I had a place that I could call on for support if I needed it, and finding the strength to step out there and know that you got all you need going in you.
Absolutely.
That's what does.
Yes.
And that haven is yourself.
Correct.
That haven is yourself.
In your heart to step out and give that call.
Yeah, for sure. So one of the tools that ANWO uses is our healing circles, which because we know that trauma is generational. I got that directly from my mom. Trauma is generational. And typically, if you come from a family that had a volatile household, you're more susceptible to adopt a volatile household as an adult. So coming together and empowering women and allowing us to purge that trauma through healing circles is very important. And because through that, you do find that you're not alone, because that's, we are, if you ever had any experience with a violent or an emotionally abusive or mentally abusive relationship, that typically the person who is oppressing you, directly oppressing you, they isolate you. Yeah, they isolate you from your family, from your friends, from your community. So we have to heal that. And so women know that they're not alone and you have support.
People online are having a
Okay, hearing me?
And then also other folks talk about.
Okay. Thanks, Jay. And I'm trying to talk as loud as I can, guys. I know we're in it's people talking all around us. So providing those healing circles, and so that we are and you're right, teach girls that they have power. My mom says, teach women that they're queens. So my mom says every woman is a queen, and we just have to find our crown, So to teach, to share that knowledge, and that comes through support as well, because once you know that you have support, it's easy to find value in yourself. Another thing that I think is important is to when women to empower themselves through doing revolutionary work, working with organizations like ANWO, and the work that we do, that does empower you, because you realize that you are a leader, you have value, that you have purpose, and that you have, and the more I get into the work, and I always see that, okay, I'm the change. I'm the change. I can do this work. I can see revolution. I can see it. It's a vision. I can see it because I'm doing the work in order to get ahead. I just want to see. Let me open up the chat here. I think that's Angelica. Can you hear me better? I agree. So a comment here is power through poetry to express our concerns and our trauma. Using the arts. I mean, my mom sold Mary Kay as a way to empower herself from my biological father's influence. It was a very transformative, and I've seen her. I was like 4 or 5 years old, and I seen my mom kind of like she always says, she designed her own crown, and she was able to empower us as and me, I'm her only biological daughter, but she ended up adopting another daughter, and she has a stepdaughter. So just having that influence as well. Uhuru Mecca, I hear you. You want to unmute?
Yeah, Uhuru. I wish I was there with y'all. But definitely, I agree with everything that was said beforehand, because when you're involved in something greater than yourself and you're taking your power into your own hands, that builds power. We understand that we have to participate in programs that are going to allow us to have self-determination. We're taking our destiny into our own hands and doing what we need to do to free ourselves, but also in that process, understanding why we're in the conditions that we are in the first place. So when you're able to link something to something that leads to greater, and like, for instance, if you don't understand why you're oppressed, we understand why there's, violence towards women, lack of childcare, impoverished conditions, then, it's hard to see a way out. You feel me? At least, and it impacts mental health even more. But when you know what the root cause is and you're taking action against it, then you feel that sense of power. So I think, really it's organizing. It's coming up with or participating in programs that's going to free ourselves.
Oh, yes. Exactly.
This is another form of empowerment, as well as that kind of falls alongside the creativity, is making sure that, as well as like community support, just making sure that they have some type of financial assistance. Because when I was in an abusive relationship, money was the biggest thing that kept kind of coming off financially.
Correct.
So it was I really have to depend on myself in the community just to even get the rent. So I think that's another way of empowerment, just making sure that there's that financial assistance.
Correct. And so I'm sorry, what Comrade Phoenix here stated is that they have community support as far as resources, money, and I know housing. I spent my second year in this world in a homeless shelter with my mom, my brother, and my other brother, and just having that support and able to be able to have that healing, but also that rest, because I remember I was 2 years old, so I remember wearing my first pair of shoes. I didn't wear my first pair of shoes until I was a little over 2 years old, because my dad said that if we had shoes, my mother could leave, but she left anyhow. With my brother just had on a diaper. I had on a t-shirt and some diapers as well, and no shoes. I didn't get my first pair of shoes until I was 2 years old in Cleveland. Uhuru.
Remember that? Or
I do. I do remember, because I was too.
Talk to you about it.
No, I remember it. I have it's certain things that I do remember. I had, because I remember the way that the shoes felt, and my grandmother it was hard bottoms. It was hard bottoms, that I remember how odd it felt to put my feet in these hard bottom shoes when I'm used to walking on bare feet. And so I can remember it was at Payless, because I realized what it was when I was older, but I remember going like this, and it was like a memory. And I asked my mom, she was like, yeah, that's when we first got here. Because I remember tapping my foot because the shoes felt different. Yeah. And that's one of my earliest memories.
Right. When I escaped, me and my son and place, we got in a cab to go pick up my paycheck, and we just never came back.
All right now.
I had told my daughter the night before, take everything you want with you to school, because I'll be back to pick you up. And I called my uncle, and he said, hey, what's up? I said, can I come back? He said, yeah, come on. And I never went back. That's how I left.
Awesome.
And with nothing but what was in my
What was
purse
in it? Mm-hmm.
and whatever my daughter brought. That's how we left.
Yeah.
And never looked back.
And that's important. Like, that's important because your daughter knows that you can start over anytime. And that's a powerful experience that she has. She probably knows that no matter what, I can start over.
I wasn't from, my family did not do domestic violence.
Mm-hmm.
But the partner I was with, that was what he was doing.
Correct.
And he just sucked me right in. So it wasn't something that I was used to living with.
Mm-hmm.
And when that happened, I said, I'll have to stay here. And I got
and that's it. And that's great because you already had that foundation. We have a lot of women who their mama was abused, they're abused. My dad, his mom was abused, in various ways. So he just thought that was what a man does. And he was never able to, have a more positive role model. And I'm grateful that my brothers are like, we don't want to be like we don't want to be like Big Frank. So, they have more positive experiences with their significant others. Angelica, you got your hand raised. Did you want to unmute?
Eu gostaria de falar um pouco acerca da sociedade. Como que a sociedade encara casos de violência doméstica ou de abuso sexual?
She wants to talk about how society sees like domestic violence and sexual abuse.
Há mulheres que sofrem violências domésticas ou abusos sexuais que têm medo de reportar isso porque eles têm medo da sociedade, porque a sociedade, a maioria das vezes, sempre tem uma opinião negativa.
She said that some women that are struggling with facing like domestic violence and sexual abuse are usually afraid of reporting their abuser because they're afraid of society judging them or not believing them.
Porque há casos de mulheres que sofreram abusos sexuais e eles têm medo de denunciar porque há pessoas que ousam mesmo dizer que não, ela foi estuprada porque ela provocou ao invés de oferecerem apoio moral à vítima.
She said that they're like afraid because there will be people that are gonna like laugh at them or dismiss what they're saying and blame her for not being for being dressed in a certain way instead of offering support.
E há mulheres que são agredidas em suas casas por seus maridos, mas elas são obrigadas a ficarem caladas porque a sociedade obriga a mulher a ser submissa e obedecer ao marido. Isso inclui aceitar ser espancada.
And women that are usually facing domestic violence, they are encouraged to not report their husband because they were taught to be submissive and accept the violence.
E há países onde até a polícia não faz nada para ajudar, o contrário, ainda traumatiza mais a vítima.
There are some countries that even the police, instead of providing support, they are the ones that are also abusing and harassing females.
Como no meu país, por exemplo, você vai fazer uma ocorrência, mas você precisa financiar a polícia para poder levar o seu processo em diante. Eles estão lá para buscar justiça, mas você é obrigado a financiar eles para poderem fazer justiça.
In my country, the police, like if you go to report an abuse to the police, in order to keep the process like rolling, you have to finance the process, and she means finance like exchange for another sexual favor.
Vamos pegar o exemplo de uma mulher que foi sexualmente agredida e ela vai fazer uma ocorrência.
There is an example of a girl from my country that she went to the police to file a police report.
E quando ela chegar lá, ela tem que financiar a sua ocorrência. Como ela não tem meio, o policial pede sexo em troca.
And in her case specifically, the cop, like the police, said, "Oh, you don't have money to process your case? Yeah, you will like provide sexual like labor to me." Like it was open to everybody to see.
E como que ela vai oferecer sexo em troca se ela acabou de ser agredida sexualmente? O que ele está fazendo? Ele está protegendo a vítima ou ele está traumatizando mais alguém que acabou de ser traumatizado?
Like, how come instead of supporting, offer support to the survivor, they are the one to re-traumatize them instead of supporting them, like overcome that situation.
E esse tipo de caso, quando a vítima decidir levar isso para a sociedade e expor isso, ninguém vai acreditar porque será a palavra de um soldado ou um agente da polícia contra uma simples mulher que foi agredida sexualmente, que talvez será tratada como prostituta diante da sociedade.
And it gets worse because they usually won't disclose that she was abused again by the law authority, because it's going to be their words against a woman that society could simply read her as a sex worker because she did what she did.
Então, isso mais ou menos eu queria dizer que o que nós temos que fazer primeiramente é lutar com que a sociedade para de discriminar as vítimas e que ofereça mais apoio moral ao invés de traumatizar mais a pessoa que já foi traumatizada por circunstâncias piores.
She proposed that society stops to blame the victim and support them.
E parar de traumatizar a vítima que já foi traumatizada por circunstâncias piores.
That they should like stop blaming the victim and offer support and offer support to them. That's it.
E ouvir mais a versão dos fatos e procurar saber mais da verdade, ao invés de crucificar uma pessoa inocente que sofreu por algo terrível.
And also listen to the survivor, like believe what they say instead of like doubt what they're stating, and offer support.
É mais ou menos isso que eu tinha para partilhar.
That's all I have to share.
I unite, and that's one of the that's just one of the many reasons we need to be free and overturn colonialism, imperialism, and neo-colonialism, for the simple fact that, and we have to establish dual or contending powers, because we know that the state they're going to victim blame. They're going to put us back into these unhealthy situations because it doesn't profit them. They can't make anything off us being free, independent women. So we have to create our own systems and strategies to overturn these. And I really, when I first came into the Uhuru movement, it was the tribunal. We really need to have community tribunals where we hold, each other responsible for the acts that we commit against each other. And so we have to establish, again, dual and contending. And the contending part is to be totally different, but to directly help each other. Because many a times that the men who are creating this violence against us, and they're taking out their oppression, their outside oppression on us women. I know my dad was being oppressed. I know his situations, and it created a seed of anger in him that he just took it out on everyone because he wasn't able to heal. Because we all have to heal, regardless, men or women. We all have to heal, but we have to support each other. So it's very important that we hold each other accountable. And so I think I've been putting my strategy like doing tribunals and restorative justice within each other, within the community.
You can't do one trial.
Tribunal, it's like holding an internal court, holding
accountable.
the community holding,
accountable.
yeah,
The tribunal.
like having actual like a court of justice for within the community, within liberating people. Well,
Seeing something and doing something about it.
correct, internally, and not waiting on the state, because the state is not going to do anything about it.
Right.
We've seen on TV, we've seen in the papers where people who create violence against African women either don't face punishment, or the punishment is so minor and minute, they come out and do the same thing.
Do it again.
Like
And they keep
recently, that a man was in prison for 15 years. He waited 15 years in prison to come out and murder his ex-girlfriend. She had a whole nother family, whole nother kids. He didn't have kids together. He waited. When they served him with the order of protection in court, he just ripped it up, and they just thought it was just like, oh, he's silly.
Was that her?
No, it was in Maryland. Yeah, but it is. Yeah, but situations like that happen. And he had 15 years to be trained by the system in the prisons and to think about and relish on it. To come out and create, and he killed her and her child. And still let him go. And he went to prison for like, he had several charges before against her that he'll just go sent to prison for like 3 months, 3 years. And then eventually did something else and got 15 years, something that directly affected the state, something did it, and then, but not for her. No justice for her, no restitution for her, because why? Women don't matter to the state unless you're working. We need her to work or having babies, more workers, Another thing that I think is a good strategy and to empower women is to are fit for the fight, or health and wellness, like looking at how in self-defense, we all in all of our regional areas, we have self-defense workshops, because it's really, and it doesn't have to be about defending yourself much as it's about learning your power. Learning what you can do with your body, learning, building that internal self-esteem up. So that's another strategy I think that we can do, but even getting physically fit. Even get physically fit.
I was able to attend the self-defense class in San Diego, and I'd never done one before. I was able to attend the self-defense class in San Diego, and I had never done a self-defense class before. And I realized in taking the class, if I had been younger, I would have been able to learn how to, not just to defend myself, but my voice. Because what she had us do is practice saying no.
Yeah.
And I didn't even recognize that I had a hard time telling people no. And if that's something that I would have been able to do at a younger age, then it would have been embedded in me. And so now I have a 5-year-old. As soon as she's old enough, she's going to that class, because it's going to teach her how to articulate herself in a manner that not only is empowering, but it's healing. Like I felt like a part of me had been healed in that class. And so we did this initiative across the nation, and it's one that if you've never done it before, take that class. It just
is it part of ANWO?
Yeah. So we do in all of our regions, we do self-defense classes. Security and self-defense is very important to us. Like we have our war council, which is under the self-defense is underneath our war council, where we set up these programs all over and it's just like you said, to learn your voice. Like I remember when I said, you're like, no, yeah. No, try to defend yourself, and then sometimes it's just a simple act of saying no and being prepared to like not even defend yourself, but to protect yourself that can stop your abuser, because they can like, wait, you not. All right, Uhuru Mecca, you wanna, we got 5 minutes left. You wanna go ahead and take us out?
Okay, well, I just wanted to, agree. I unite with all the strategies that, and I'm sorry, I'm
Speak up,
walking in
Conrad.
the rain, but can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I agree with all the strategies that were put out there because they're all needed, and we do have to be multifaceted with the way we combat the problems of gender violence due to colonialism. I know one of the ways that we're combating it out here too is the Rites of Passage program. So with the Rites of Passage, having older sisters be able to mentor younger sisters, because I know coming into the revolution when I was younger, there was a lot of things that I went for because, it wasn't maybe the older sisters like, okay, now stay away from this or stay away from that. You feel me? But it was, but maybe not on the level there needs to be. So we need that intergenerational leadership too amongst our people. We know that of course the war creates a division to where we don't have that, but it's important so certain things and knowledge can be passed on, especially in dealing with the revolution. I find that all too often, those divisions and splits help to, allow things like the violence to happen because there's no one to say, okay, because again, it's like, how do we stop? We don't want to have to go to the pig because we ain't fucking with them, but who's going to, you feel me, proceed over certain things? So that's why, like you were saying, the tribunals, the council, the elders, the respected ones to say, okay, this is not what we stand for in this revolution if we're going to move forward in progress. So definitely.
And Uhuru, and it's one last thing I want to touch on because and I've seen this happen to a lot of women who call the police or who get caught up in a system, they get their kids taken. They are victims, and it doesn't mean that they can't love or take care of their child. It's that they're in a situation, instead of helping the women get out of the situation, they take their kids. Yeah. So we have Arrest CPS, and I can't wait till we have our presentation because we have been bringing kids home through Arrest CPS. And again, having, our Hulu Kijiji, community development, we need people in all these committees and all these organizations. We do as much as we can, but it takes all of us to get women, to save women.
I know there's tons of African women in Kentucky and Lexington that really need our support.
Absolutely.
So,
all right, because we feel like, yeah, we got a chapter going there. Yeah, I think that'll be Midwest. Yeah, I think that'll be Midwest.
Because I do sparring with City and Lauren and Pasha. So it's not, I don't think it's the kind of same thing as self-defense. But
sparring is a form of self-defense.
Oh,
absolutely.
Well,
I mean, you can't go, but it's the movement.
Yeah. I tell, because what I tell them, because I train them and I tell them it's like a dance.
Yeah.
So that's something else that I want to make sure that we're teaching more African women, especially in Kentucky, because in Lexington, we used to be 43% of the population, but then they ran us out, so now we're 13%, and it's dwindling more and more.
Yeah. Another way that we do in San Diego is called capoeira.
Yeah.
Capoeira is very powerful, and it's something that you can do with your hands, with your body. I would consider it.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I can't wait to put sign capoeira.
Oh, he's gonna love it.
Yeah, I know. I did it in college.
Yeah.
Any last questions or any last comments anybody has while we break up here? If not, this breakout session is done, and I know we get ready to move into our next part of our program. Thank you, everybody who attended online. We love that your good support and your help. Uhuru. Thank you for facilitating that. Oh, you.
Uhuru, everyone, we're reconvening. Is this on? Hello, is that amplified? Hello? Oh yeah, I see. How do you make this tighter? It's just like dangling all over the place. I don't know either. Okay, I'm just gonna carry this over here. All right. All right, everyone, we are reconvening. That was really great. We had a chance to talk in the room, and I apologize once again for the forces who are online that were expecting to participate in 2 breakout sessions, but we just realized that we had a barrier, and we hope that we can engage you after this convention around some of these topics as well. So, comments, we also wish that we had some more time for breakout sessions. And again, we're going to continue these discussions as we create further alignment in our work. And thank you again for your contributions. We're going to get back to our program. It's our second panel of the day. As when we fight together, we win. Women unite against colonial oppression. And the insightful session will explore the liberation struggles of Filipina, Mexican, and Palestinian women, drawing the correlation with the struggles of African women and the path of liberation. And joining us for the discussion are Pixie Castillo. Am I saying this correctly? From Gabriela USA. Okay, Cameron. You said yes. I think I was the. You can.
So yes, as President Yejide said, this panel discussion will explore liberation struggles between the Filipina, Mexican, and Palestinian struggles. So we have in the room, and I'm calling to the stage, Comrade Adriana Hasso, and then Guadalupe Cardona. And then who will be joining us via Zoom will be Pixie Castillo and Nerdine Kiswani.
So the leadership would be okay if we display or please, yeah. I mean, I think so.
Yeah, right ahead.
What's it?
Did I see Nerdine? Is Nerdine on?
I'm on. Hello, y'all. Assalamu alaikum, Uhuru. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be on camera just because I'm not feeling well, but I'm here and I can hear everything.
Uhuru, and welcome. So each panelist will have 5 minutes to briefly tell us who you are, the work that you're involved in, and how that correlates to our theme this year. And we could start with the comrades in the room.
Uhuru, I'm Guadalupe Carrasco Cardona, and I'm a member of Unión del Barrio. I'm on the Central Committee in a committee called the Comisión de Mujer, the Women's Commission. And I'm also an educator. I've been a high school teacher for 24 years, public education. And that work and my work as a member of Unión del Barrio has brought me to the struggle for ethnic studies in the state of California and kind of beyond a little bit too, across the country. And so, do you want me to go into into depth or just a little bit about that?
That's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I can go more in depth with some of the things, some of the work we're working on right now, but essentially, that is more or less my work.
Are we gonna be using this one instead? And this one, okay.
Uhuru, brothers and sisters. My name is Adriana Caso. I am the General Secretary of Unión del Barrio. I have been elected to take this historical responsibility since August of last year. So I'm new a little bit, but the thing that I want to say is I'm based out of San Diego, and that almost 30 years ago, I came across the teachings and the clarity of an anti-colonial struggle by one of the greatest revolutionary minds over times, brother, leader, revolutionary Omali Yashitala in Oakland, California. And I attended all the political education sessions that Chairman put out. The clarity and consistency of what it means to be a colonial subject to become a colonial object became a reality as Chairman taught us about, you name it, he taught it to us. So I am in a humble way repaying back and recognizing your leadership, that when we want to be revolutionaries and when we define that as our path, we have the need to have a revolutionary in front of us. And when I met you and I met the ideology of the African People's Socialist Party, I knew that I was in front of the great minds of the great people that have put us here to say that we have to struggle and that we have to commit our lives to the journey and the struggle for liberation of our peoples. I salute your leadership, and I salute the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party and the sisters putting together today's conference. Thank you. Uhuru. Uhuru. And we can go to Pixie. Comrade Dean, if you can hear me, can you please come on the camera?
Hi, everybody. My name is Pixie. Hello?
We can hear you.
My name is Pixie Castillo. I'm the current national chairperson of Gabriela USA. We're an alliance of progressive Filipino women's organizations here in the US, and an international chapter of Gabriela based in the Philippines. We're fighting for genuine liberation and national democracy in the Philippines. As anti-imperialist women, we view our struggle as Filipino women in the diaspora rooted in the people's struggle for liberation in the Philippines. And we're so happy to speak to the theme of the convention. When we fight together, we win. Women unite against colonial oppression. Our struggle for liberation is intrinsically linked to the struggle against US imperialism around the world. We view that our fight in the Philippines to weaken the imperialist beast through our organizing work, our campaign work, and continuously exposing the continuing neo-colonial ties the US has to the Philippines can only help the fight of our sisters, siblings, and comrades globally also fighting against US imperialism. I think we also take the saying, one struggle fought on many fronts, as our duty, especially as Filipino women in the diaspora, being able to extend our solidarity, especially with those most intimately affected by the violent and fascist tactics of the imperialists, the working class. And so just briefly, currently, we're also working on campaigns to get US out of the Philippines, also against the Rim of the Pacific or RIMPAC joint military exercises that are based in Hawaii this June and July, but will actually start in San Diego, California. And so we would love to, talk further about these campaign work, but looking forward to talking on this panel today. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Oh, I'm not sure if you guys can hear me.
We can hear you, Nadine.
Awesome.
We just
Sorry, I'm not able to turn on my camera, y'all. As you know, Nancy from Existence is Resistance was supposed to speak today, but a lot came up with her, so she reached out to me. My name is Nadine Kiswani. I'm a Palestinian. I'm from New York City. I've lived here my whole life. I'm the chair and founder of Within Our Lifetime United for Palestine, a community organization revitalizing the revolutionary spirit of Palestinians living in exile since 2015. We've been organizing, protests, marches, know your rights sessions, things like that to empower our community since 2015. And in particular, in the last couple of months, we've mobilized hundreds of thousands of people across New York City, shut down and took over many bridges, airports, Grand Central Station, to bring awareness to the ongoing genocide that we're witnessing in Gaza that has claimed the lives of over 40,000 Palestinians. I know there's like lower figures that you see online. That's because there are still thousands of people missing under the rubble that haven't been accounted for. At least 12,000 of those that have been killed by the genocidal Zionist colonizers are children. And so, it is particularly our duty and responsibility as people who live within the imperial core, the belly of the beast, that is funding the genocide of our people, that is also funding and supporting the genocide of people across the world in Sudan, Congo, Haiti, Kashmir, to resist this by any means necessary. And, in relation to the topic for today, as people who stand for Palestinian liberation, we must do so for all oppressed women, like those waging the struggle against imperialism and the Filipino struggle, the Black liberation struggle, who I'm honored to speak alongside today, and all those impacted by imperialism and colonization. Our oppressors work together to share strategies on how to oppress us, so we must work together to defeat them. So to stand against imperialism, capitalism, and patriarchy is to stand with political prisoners, indigenous women, and those struggling against all systems of oppression around the world. Like Palestinian revolutionary Layla Khalid of the PFLP once said at a conference in the Philippines, as long as the imperialists globalize their system, we will globalize as well. There is no scientific way for us to defeat these colonizers if we're not building together, if we're not learning from the strategies. We know they work together. The NYPD police forces train with Israeli defense forces. This is why we chant at all our actions, NYPD, KKK, IDF, you're all the same. And, I'm sure there'll be a lot more for me to touch on, how they're connecting together, how they're using surveillance technology, how they're training police forces to treat people in the U.S. that are fighting against internal colonization, that are fighting against police brutality, how they treat them as enemy combatants, training with Israel, building things like Stop Cop City. And so our only hope is to be able to educate and empower our communities to reject this and to fight against it.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
So panelists will have 20 minutes to respond to questions. We have a total of 4 questions today, with the first one being, in what ways can solidarity between colonized women of the world strengthen the fight against colonial oppression? And we can start with you, Guadalupe. Okay.
So I'm a Chicana, and I'm also a Raza internationalist. My first political education was being a part of the Chicana movement as a child, being a red diaper baby, as they call us, and just really learning about the imperial struggles that connected all of us and, you know, without recognition, excuse me, of the colonial borders. And so that was something that became a part of me and my understanding and my view of the world and of human beings in the world. And we were talking earlier about like this violence that we live in. And really, I grew up really imagining a world that wouldn't be violent, where we would, you know, have love and be able to love one another as we are. But we know that we're not in that world now. So I came into my own Chicana being with that understanding. And it's very confusing when you're in a colonial structure and you have that already within you, but all the messages around you are different, including the horizontal, like interpersonal messages within your own communities. And so that really estranged me from my own education. My education was something that was political outside of school, but my formal education in school was one of resistance. I resisted it completely, right, from what they were teaching to the way that they treat you. I learned to not love to read because everything that was given to me to read did not speak to me, it did not feed me. And so I was very conscious and aware of that because of my political education outside of the home. But that resulted in me, not being able to continue higher education in a formal way. I ended up having to go to continuation high school, did my continuation high school, and then went on to college. And when I was in college, I took a Chicano studies class, and that was the first time that I saw that my education could be me and who I was, and that it could connect me internationally in solidarity with other peoples. And so even though I was completely estranged from education, and I still, I've been within the educational system for 24 years and know that it has all the limitations, it's extremely colonial. So part of me as an educator is also the educational spaces that we create outside of the formal, right? We have things like Escuela Aslan and Colegio del Pueblo, these other educational spaces that we participate in. But within the colonial educational system, trying to do the best that I can as an educator. So I was able to graduate from continuation high school, go to a community college, transfer to UCLA, continue my education forward and become an educator. As an educator, my solidarity has put me in a very precarious position several times. The first time was in 2002 or 2001 with the September 11th, essentially. So that school year, when September 11th, that was my second school year as an educator. And my response to how we should be teaching September 11th put me in a position where my own people who are colonized, pushed me out of my first teaching job. And then, and so that has happened to me several times in my life. I know that I'm doing the best I can within a colonial system to disrupt the system because I have been pushed out of the system several times. But my most recent, I'm still in the schools, I'm still teaching, but I am one of the defendants in a lawsuit, a federal civil lawsuit that had been brought against me, a nonprofit educational organization that we co-founded, and two other Chicanas, one Dr. Teresa Montaño and another is an Afro-Chicana, Cecily Meyer Cruz, who's the first woman of color to ever lead the largest teachers union in the country, which is, or local teachers union, which is United Teachers Los Angeles. The three of us are in a lawsuit by Zionists, right? And it's an ongoing lawsuit. It's been 2 years. We've been trying to get it dismissed. It keeps getting extended. They give us the hearing, they drop the date. But my solidarity with Arab Americans and Palestinians has put me in a position where I'm now a subject of a federal lawsuit. And so May 18th is the new date that we're supposed to be able to, show up in federal court and speak on behalf of why we will not sell out Arab Americans. So that solidarity as a Chicana is one that has been questioned, but I know is the right one because ultimately, yes, colonialism, imperialism is something that impacts us all. And until we question it, until we fight against it, until we resist, until we disrupt it, we're going to continue to face these types of dehumanizing, I mean, genocidal, dehumanizing, violent, the Palestinians are right now experiencing the worst that it could be, but even the violence that is existing within our communities here in St. Louis and Los Angeles and San Diego, across the country, these like dehumanizing other forms of genocide through education, through not allowing students to know who they are, that's a form of genocide as well. And that is also very violent. And it creates a whole army of colonized people who will oftentimes side with the wrong side. And so, as an educator, that is something that I'm trying to help our next generations to be able to break free from, to liberate from, so that we can have a more, to liberate ourselves, essentially, all as in people in solidarity as oppressed peoples.
Next, Pixie, if you can answer the same question. In what ways can solidarity between colonized women of the world strengthen the fight against colonial oppression?
Yeah, thank you. In the Philippines, we really view it as a semi-feudal and semi-colonial society, with women suffering from the three systems of authority, political authority, the authority of the clan or family, and religious authority. Additionally, there's also male authority. So these are all contributing to the feudal patriarchal system shift that's influencing our culture, coupled with decades of imperialist culture and feudal patriarchalism. And being able to identify that really it's the political authority that is the backbone of all these systems. And so as we organize together, especially as women, overturning the political authority, participating in the political struggle, we can start to weaken the feudal patriarchal systems and strengthen the fight against the colonial oppression. And so engaging in campaigns against the US war machine, from local campaigns to international campaigns, are the ways that we can continue to build resistance and continue to strengthen the fight against colonial oppression. Here, I'm based in the San Francisco Bay Area, where SF Mayor London Breed is spending billions of dollars on the San Francisco Police Department. We know that they train with Israeli soldiers, and they also train the Philippine National Police. At the same time, they're underfunding programs needed for the working class here to survive, such as pitying early childhood education funding with supplementary food programs, and the police as if there's not enough money to go around. Meanwhile, spending billions on this fascist police force. At the same time, they're putting money into hosting things like global economic forums. Last November, they hosted the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC. They've moved several economic agreements that are moving forward hand in hand with military agreements that continue the US war machine, that continue genocide. And it's women and children who are facing the brunt of this violence, both at home, here in the Bay Area, not being able to get pre-K childcare or supplemental food programs, but also abroad, in all the places that are facing the violence of the US war machine, in the places like Palestine, like the Philippines, like in Africa as well. And so, the ways that we can continue is really in how we are able to work together to strengthen our fight on many fronts. And so I think that's the best way that we can really be able to strengthen and move our solidarity forward together.
Thank you, Pixie. And then Adriana, if you can speak to the same question, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the question of solidarity amongst sisters also pushes us to define where do we put our time and energy and capacity? Because the reality of it is that the systems colonialism has ways to distract us and kind of get us lost in situations or conversations that are ongoing and repetitive and tiring. And we end up at the same place, right? And the incredible responsibility that we have and the challenge that we have is to be able to define the creation of our coexistence outside of colonialism, capitalism, and neo-colonialism. At the same time that we have the responsibility to be in contact with community. Unión del Barrio has went through a lot of challenges and difficulties through the time of the colonial virus of COVID, right? And the social isolation and alienation that really came about to those of us who have built the strength and the connections with our communities, because I don't really care how smart, sophisticated, educated, talented individuals are. This system is thickening, and the promotion and the obsession of individualism. And as long as we continue to see ourselves as this incredible, never known before phenomenon of an individual, we are falling into the trap of a system that depends on our illusion of individuality, illusion of personal power and empowerment and being sensational and all the crazy, insane fantasies that the system puts us through. It is the possibility of us seeing ourselves in a collective power and creating the alternatives and the institutions that will lead the way to the possibility to smash and destroy colonialism. Because the people that came before us knew, the revolutionaries, the people who left their lives on the line, knew that it was through the destruction of the roots and the mechanisms and the system in itself of colonialism that said, if we destroy that, then we have a possibility of coexistence and reclaiming our humanity, taking back what belongs to us. And not just our humanity, but our resources. The reality of it is that imperialism and colonialism depends on the idea that someday we will be free, that we want to be free. And as the sister said, are we gonna do this or not? Are we gonna bring down colonialism and genocide? Stand with our brothers and sisters in an unconditional ability to struggle it out and whatever it takes for us to have an aspiration for freedom and to leave that behind as many others have left it behind for us, and to stand here, be in front of you and to say that an end to colonialism is a possibility of our liberation. Yes.
Yes. And then Comrade Nardine, the same question: in what ways can solidarity between colonized women of the world strengthen, the ways that we fight against imperialism?
So I'll pick up a little bit where I kind of left off last time, talking about Layla Khaled. For those who don't know, Layla Khaled is a revolutionary Palestinian woman. She was part of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and she was one of the people who carried out, resistance operations against Israel, including hijacking a plane just so she could see it fly over her homeland that she doesn't have the right to return to, a plight that most Palestinians can relate to. And, she's a Palestinian resistance icon, very well known, although people these days might know her less and less, because, you know, social media platforms like Facebook, like Instagram, have, you know, completely banned her from being on it. And, you know, for those who do know, within our lifetime, WOL Palestine, it was our Instagram account, and then my Instagram account, including my backup and the future ones that we made, we were all permanently banned off of Instagram, you know, for posting things like Leila Khaled, which, you know, I've had posts from 2014, 2016 about her that were taken down this year in 2024. I was issued like community violations against this, and, you know, they deleted me. And every time I try to make a new account, even if I don't post on it, they know it's me and they get it taken down completely. And you know, and they've actually commented on this publicly. They've responded to Zionist like news agencies as Meta, confirming that, you know, we've been banned and that we wouldn't be allowed to return to the platform. And I think, you know, it just begs the question, why are they trying so hard, you know, to silence this narrative? The way that Palestinians and Arabs are usually portrayed in the media, to the US, to people in the West, in general, is that, you know, savage, backwards, patriarchal society. Half the comments I get whenever I'm leading a protest in New York are like, oh, you wouldn't be allowed to do that in Gaza, they would stone you. Just, you know, really racist, Islamophobic tropes and narratives. And what does Leila Khaled do to those tropes? She absolutely smashes them, and they don't want the world, you know, to know about her. There's actually videos of people who are on the planes that she hijacked, because she made a point not to go out of her way to hurt people, but to actually send a political message about, you know, their comrades that were being tortured in Zionist dungeons, you know, by hijacking these planes. And there's videos of passengers on these planes saying that they didn't really feel fear, that they were treated well. You know, kids are saying this, and like, it's very hard to find these things on the internet. They're being scrubbed now. But Leila Khaled is just one of many Palestinian women who have been, you know, resisting Israeli settler colonization since its inception. One of the first women, if not the first Palestinian woman, to actually be sent to jail for resisting British and Zionist colonialism was an Afro-Palestinian woman called Fatima Bernawi. And, you know, she was part of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. And I wish I had this photo with me right now, but, you know, even when they took the photo, her mugshot, and this was back in the 40s and 50s, you know, she stuck her tongue out at the camera, like, even until that last moment where they're, you know, imprisoning her, she's still resisting. She's still not, you know, giving them that cooperation. And we have a long legacy of that. You can see Palestinian women now in Gaza that are running through sniper shots and bullets, ducking through bullets to get to the hospitals so that they can save children and other people who need medical care. You know, many of the hospitals in Gaza have been surrounded, have been demolished, have been destroyed, have had Palestinian children, babies, infants rot in NICU containers because fuel, food, water, electricity is being limited, if not completely cut off, to Gaza, you know, at many times. And, you know, ultimately, the death count, when you look at the people who are dying the most, and thank you so much for getting that picture up. I love it. um, the people who are being killed the most in Gaza are Palestinian women and children. And that's not to say that, you know, their lives are more valuable than those of our men, because there's this narrative that, oh, you know, the women and children, they're the only innocent ones, or that Palestinian men don't matter, or that, you know, resistance justifies you being executed, you being, you know, facing genocide, when it doesn't. We mourn all of our martyrs, you know, the same. But Palestinian women and children are being killed in particular uh, because of what Zionists have always said about Gaza, and why they disengaged in 2005, is that we pose a demographic threat to them, that they want a Jewish state, a Jewish majority state, a European outpost of colonization, that, you know, Joe Biden said if there wasn't an Israel, they would create an Israel. They want that state. And in order to kind of justify it, which I don't think they even care about anymore since they've gone completely mask off. In order, for them to justify, they need to say that they have a Jewish majority. And so Palestinian women having children is literally a demographic threat to them. And this is terminology that they use. And so, we know that this pretext that they just want to get Hamas out of Gaza is just an excuse for them to kill our children, to kill future freedom fighters, to mow the lawn. This is terminology they use, that, every few years, resistance in Gaza grows, or there's too many Palestinian children being born. And so they literally have to mow the lawn, and erase the future of, tens of thousands of Palestinian children by annihilating them, to kind of curb that demographic threat. And these are all things that they say publicly. So, they literally are afraid of us having babies. Palestinian women sustain the future of the resistance. Most of Gaza, at least 48% of Gaza, is under the age of 18 years old. So, let that sink in. These resistance fighters that you're hearing about, I'm 29 years old. I was in second grade when 9/11 happened. Most of these resistance fighters are younger than me, are younger than probably most of the people in the room. That is the demographic of Gaza. And it's the women who are raising these children to be freedom fighters, who are sustaining them in the home. And so, the war, the genocide against us is absolutely meant against our children, our men and our women. And I think it's more important than ever for us to understand that what is being done in Gaza right now is a test to see what the hell they can get away with in the other parts of the world. What technology can they test on us, to bring to other parts in the world? Like, we know that the drone technology that they use to surveil protests started at Palestine protests in New York City, and now they use them at all kinds of protests. They had them at an anti-abortion protest the other day. Where did this technology come from? It's literally Israeli Zionist technology. Our mayor, Eric Adams, went to occupied Palestine, came back, said that program is amazing, and they're going to start implementing it here. They said that they wouldn't, use it at protests in the beginning. Now it's standard at every single protest. You all saw the footage of the Palestinian men just walking unarmed, civilians just walking in Gaza, and a drone strike, a robot drone, sees them and just blows them to pieces on the ground. And so everything that they're testing in Gaza, and they do this, this is not the first large-scale attack on Gaza. It's probably the largest we've seen. But 2014, 2021, 2008, all these different operations in Gaza, they were killing people in the thousands. And after every single one of those attacks, after those military campaigns in Gaza, they have weapons conventions after, where they invite heads of state and leaders from all over the world to come and look at how effective their weapons are, essentially making Gaza a lab, and the people of Palestine making us lab rats, where they can test their weapons on us, they can test their surveillance technology, and then they can export this to the rest of the world and make money off of it. So the horrors that we see in Gaza are not going to be unique to us if we allow this to perpetuate. Whatever is being conducted there will be exported to the rest of the world, as it naturally has been. And so Palestinian women on the front line of resisting Zionism are doing the world a service. Palestinians in general are doing the world a service by showing the people what our future will be if we don't defeat fascism, if we don't defeat these Zionist genocidal freaks and all of their allies, which include, all the settler colonial states that we see in the world today.
Thank you, Nadine. So our next question, we've got about 9 minutes left in this section. Our next question, and feel free to answer, just how does the historical experiences of Filipina, Mexican, Palestinian women inform the current struggles against colonial oppression? Anyone want to take that question on?
Want to take it, or maybe Pixie? Maybe she wants to start, or
Yeah, I can start. I think For Filipino women, we take to heart, I think the words of Lenin when they said that women are bound twice in a nation struggling for freedom, but women in the struggle are women unbound. The history of the Philippines is one of violent colonialism, represented by many faces. We had the Spanish colonial rule being over 300 years. However, their methods of colonization, both by the cross and sword, so introducing Catholicism and its systems of values to the Philippines, really continues its influence. Its system of values, including treating women and seeing women as secondary citizens, and really reinforcing the feudal patriarchal standards of society at the time. But I think examples like our organizational namesake, Gabriela, named after Gabriela Silong, who was a freedom fighter, a general in the resistance movement against the Spanish. She took up leading resistance, and I think if she were alive today, she would be likely taking up arms in the countryside in the highest form of struggle. We also have the experiences of the anti-dictatorship movement against Marcos in the 70s and 80s, with the founding of organizations like Makibaka, which was a Filipino women's organization that made its way in the countryside, in colleges, that was organizing young women. And one of the founders was Lorena Barros, and she described the new Filipina as one that's emerging from her participation in national struggle, being that the new woman, the new Filipina is first and foremost a militant, one that can stay up whole days and nights with striking workers, learning from them the social realities that her bourgeois education kept from her. She's discovering the realm of responsibility, engaged in the making of history, no longer a woman for marriage, but more and more a woman for action. And I think, learning from these different instances where the fight against like the Filipino people is being led by the different colonial oppressors, no matter what the occupation was at the time or who was conducting the violence. There's always examples of Filipino women rising up and organizing, rising up and fighting. And so I think, these experiences are really the examples that we have to continue our fight against US imperialism, to continue our fight for solidarity, especially with others seeking national liberation, and those that are continually being oppressed and being and continuing to survive through the violence of the US war machine.
Thank you, Pixie. All right, and for our final question, what are some successful examples of collaboration in alliance building between Filipino, Mexican, Palestinian, and African women in the fight against colonial oppression?
I think one example has been the fight for ethnic studies. Some people define that as a struggle that is like a 50-year-old struggle. We like to define it as a over 500-year struggle. I think that is a really good example. There have been independent, like for instance, I come from Chicano and Chicano studies, but we've come together in solidarity with the other racialized ethnic groups to fight for those histories to be taught. We have, by and large, received, support from what they refer to as allies, until the question of critiquing capitalism, critiquing imperialism comes into question. That has been one of the things that we've had the most pushback on. But I think it's a very good example of solidarity because it shows us how all of us have been, our sense of identities have been manipulated, and our sense of each other, one another's identities has been manipulated, which prevents that notion of solidarity. I think the one thing that was really eye-opening for me within this struggle of solidarity has been that it wasn't this notion of like what I had before, that the enemy of ethnic studies was going to be this like neo-Nazi, like skinhead type. It was actually, the Zionists have really, with their resources and their manipulation of anti-Semitism and what that means, has really been the enemy of ethnic studies, and it has it's impacting. They have centered themselves, in other words, in what we should be learning and what our children should be learning, and that's to the detriment of our own communities, of my Chicano, Latino, Chicanx, Latinx communities, but also how that fits into what my next generations are going to be learning about solidarity. Because I know within our communities, we have a lot of decolonizing that needs to happen, including anti-Blackness, including anti-LGBTQ sentiments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if we are unable to, to teach the youth what needs to be done to decolonize and fight against imperialism, then we're essentially also going to prevent that solidarity, which is really hella scary to people.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, panelists, for such an engaging discussion. We've got just about a minute left, and I want to say thank you for sharing the history of your resistance. And please give another round of applause for our comrades. At this time, we would like to call comrades Coco and Yejide to present on what economic self-sufficiency in the era of economic attacks against the Black liberation movement looks like in ANWO. So comrades Coco and Yejide.
Yay!
Let's switch this. Tighten this up. All right. Uhuru. Uhuru. All right. So I want to welcome everyone to the 2024 Annual Black Women's Convention Economic Development Presentation, Economic Self-Sufficiency Amongst Economic Attacks Against African Liberation Movement. Again, I'm Coco Lewis. I'm the Economic Development Coordinator of the African National Women's Organization. And before going into our presentation, I want to take a time to salute our leadership, starting with ANWO President Yejide Oremila, Deputy Chair Ona Janae Yeshitela, and the architect of African Internationalism, APSP, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. We go to the next screen. I think, is it Veronica? Next slide. Next slide, okay. So ANWO is an organization of the poor and working class, motivated, inspired, empowered by African women all over the world. The African National Women's Organization is powered 100% by African women that have chosen to allocate their time to revolutionary work. We are anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, revolutionary African women. Next slide. What ANWO members have that makes us special is what I call revolutionary capital. That is the skills, knowledge, experience, and spirit that adds value to our organization. ANWO is member ran and is primarily funded by membership dues, our economic development projects, and our supporter donations. Next slide. Guided by African internationalism, we bring our politics to the masses through our political education projects. Through our political action programs, our members are on the ground organizing in the interests of the African working class. Our economic development projects has allowed ANWO to be mostly self-sufficient up until now. ANWO has plans. ANWO is not a nonprofit or a 401c3. Next slide. Our political education projects includes Harriet's Daughters Book Club and Study Group, outreach materials, which includes digital and physical propaganda, intensive and focused study in cadre school, the Harriet's Daughter column in the Burning Spear, and public online broadcast with African Women Must Lead with President Yejide Orimila, and the Breakdown, our news and guest show. So our economic projects, next slide. So let's look at our economic projects, our current economic development strategies, I should say. So the next, you're too far. Oh, I am. Okay, I'm too far. Our political action programs include #ArrestCPS campaign to stop the state-sponsored kidnapping of African children, Uhuru Kijiji, which is our community support program, War Councils, our security and defense program, and our on-the-ground organizing. Our members have been active on the ground organizing all over, wherever we are, wherever the chapters are. Uhuru. So next slide. Okay, so let's look at our current economic development strategies. You can go to the next slide. So the current economic development team includes myself as economic development coordinator and President Yejide Orimila as a retail coordinator. So Decolonize Hair and Body LLC is a natural hair and body based on indigenous ingredients and practices. I love Decolonize products and use them daily as my preferred personal care products. They are more than revolutionary quotes and images. They are excellent products. As a Black Star industry subsidiary, Decolonize was directly affected by the closing of the Black Star industry banking account, and due to our leadership, we overcame that obstacle. So our on top of Decolonize, in 2003, ANWO revitalized our merchandising plan to not only reflect our projects, but also our politics. We diversified our merchandise. We produced a holiday gift guide and invested in producing merchandise for ourselves. ANWO has been developed to be a lifestyle brand for our members and the masses. Our members are supporters and the masses that can relate to our political message. Okay. So our developing strategies going forward include donor cultivation, which is to increase sustaining donor network, crowdfunding, leveraging the masses to fund the revolution, and grants and loans, which includes accessing public and private funds to develop the ANWO headquarters. ANWO is a vanguard organization of African women, and our future is now. Uh-oh, I can step back. I'm sorry. Thank you. ANWO is the vanguard organization of African women, and our future is now. In addition to our current development strategies, we are looking for our members to lead these strategies as the donor coordinator, fundraising coordinator, and grant coordinator. We can go to the next slide. We are fueled by the legacy of hardworking African women before us, like Claudia Jones, who notably stated, "The Negro woman who combines in her status the worker, the Negro, and the woman is a vital link to the heightened political consciousness." So our 2024 economic development focus are the ANWO House, which is we see as the international mecca for revolutionary African women, and the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace, which is a resource strategy to fund the ANWO House and related programs, and also to build a partnership with St. Louis. So we have the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace. And you can go to the next slide. So the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace team includes President Yesterday Oramila as the market manager and branding coordinator, myself, Coco Lewis, as the vendor coordinator and system manager, Hada Longi, who is the security and logistics coordinator, and Zai Vendisa, I'm trying to get your last name right, as the volunteer coordinator and over promotions. So the 2024 market dates include June 22nd, July 27th, August 24th, September 21st, and then October 31st with weather permitting. Now for the ANWO House, we want it to be a safe space for African women, house the program of ANWO, a tool of economic development, and we seek to have completion by early 2025. Sweat equity is to complete the majority of the work. And we have this video by IAC member Zai to sum up our intentions for the ANWO House. I think you got to click to play it. Oh, it worked yesterday. It's not working. All right.
It's saying that it can't be loaded. Is there another way for me to access the video?
It should be. I tested it. We can just go ahead and go forward. And we'll have it taken care of for tomorrow. Yeah, because it worked for you yesterday. Okay.
The reason that the African People's Socialist Party came here to build is because there's not much here for the African community. And then just looking what is here for African women.
There's nothing.
African women of the working class African women. And we speak about, like potential childcare facility, potential like meeting space, you know, a place for the community to gather and commune, whether it be for birthday parties or baby showers or, you know, people, a place for people to strategize and, you know, really work towards self-determination and a safe space. You don't have to worry about being spied on and monitored on and people like, you're too loud and, you know, stuff of that nature. And then for this, like, you know, us taking this international, you know, a space for women, and we're opening up, organizational membership, and for a place for us to come and commune and actually build. You know, it's difficult when you're trying to like go in the community and be like, oh, we need a space, and how much are you charging? Or like, oh, can we do this in your space? Or oh, we need a kitchen. And for us to be able to provide that space and have a space here, like
We need
where
our own space.
the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party is, the headquarters for the African National Women's Organization is, and for us to continue to build and expound upon what the African People's Socialist Party has already started here, I think would be extremely instrumental.
Thank you. Now, so our plan going forward, our immediate plans is the overall rehab of the entire property, which includes installing a kitchen and bathrooms with fixtures and appliances, install plumbing and electrical, HVAC and hot water heater, repair any damage that's on the roof. We know we don't need a roof, which is great. Reinforce the deck and fencing, install new front, bottom, lower facade, and to secure the building with including cameras and commercial locks. So this is the picture of the ANWO house. And as Thomas and Carr said, there is no social revolution without the liberation of African women. So this is a very important project. So with that, we have a convention goal of $10,000. Woo! Now, you know, how can you support ANWO? Well, if you see the vision and have it to donate now, here's where we need you. Our supporters need to dig into their pockets, your purse, your 401k, and fund the African National Women's Organization. Yesterday has our pledge forms. 30. Has our pledge forms. Who has 10,000? If you have 10,000, you know, just yesterday's right there. Just swipe your card. And you go to the next screen. So if you don't have the 10,000, we do have sustaining donors levels. And as I mentioned before, cultivating our donor program is a 2024 goal. In 2023, sustaining donors receive early access to the ANWO holiday gift guide, plus a discount code to use on ANWO merchandise and decolonize hair and body. So we have 5 donation levels. We have the Nzinga Mabande, which is $84 a month or $1,000 a year. Does anyone want to pledge for a sustaining donorship with a Nzinga level? We have any Nzinga level donors? All right, we have our next level is the Harriet Tubman level, which is $50 a month. Any Harriet Tubman level donors in the house? Donate now, because the next, that's a month for is 1,000. The only annual one is the Nzinga level at 1,000. And if you're online, you can go to anwoohuru.org/donate and to become a sustaining donor as well. We have our Ella Baker level, which is $25 a month. Any Ella Baker level supporters? And then we have the Asada Shakur level, which is $10 a month. Any Asada level donors? And then we have our Yacht and Citois, which is $5 a month. Any $5 level sustaining donors? Please fill out your pledge cards. Thank you. Fill out your pledge cards. Now, if you're not, if you want to give a one-time donation, if you want to, Jay, hit the next screen.
Jay trying to look for her donation right
She
now,
like-
so she
She need her pen to do her donation.
next slide, Jay.
Next slide. Yep. So if you want to, any amount for a one-time donation is, appreciated, accepted. You can go online to anwohuru.org/donate. You can also donate through Cash App at $ANWO. Or if you're online and you have your phone handy, you can go ahead and scan the code.
Y'all, we trying to raise $10,000 to meet our goal for this weekend. And we know that everybody got $10,000 or hundreds of dollars or whatever. That's why we have provided the pledge cards, and just give what you can. And we would love for you to raise your hand if you're going to donate something and tell us the amount so we can calculate it as we go through it. You know what I mean? All right, Uhuru comrade. All right, comrade. So Maisie, how much? $100. All right. Deputy Chair. 500.
500.
I don't have. Are you writing this down?
We got let's see. We got Penny. 100.
Girl.
I left my notebook in the bag.
Okay.
All right. All right. 100. Woo! I can't see your name tag. I'm so sorry. 100. Awesome. We got any?
80.
80. 20. Every day. Look, we have a quote for our of the ANWO house of $125,000. If for someone else to do it for us, we know that most of that work is gonna come from us in sweat equity. What you got, Lauren? $100.
I'm gonna do $10.
$10.
Each month until.
Okay, so we have a what's that? A SATA level? Yes, a SATA level. $50. $50. Yes, it's Lupe, right? 100. Jesse, Alin? 30. 100 from Jesse. Who was that? 50. I heard somebody say 50. Oh, yes. Shakora. 100. 200. Whoa, 200. Okay.
I budget 74, and we also have some online. We have someone doing the Asada Shakur level. We have a $50 donation. We have another $40 donation and a $100 donation.
Yeah. All right. Quick math.
I missed some, so from the
Okay.
beginning when we were talking, I got.
Okay, let's just do quick math.
Keep going, because I got it.
All right. While she doing quick math. 60 from Kabula, Ngozi, $20, 50. Look,
Keep talking.
I'm not a good auctioneer.
Keep talking.
I'm sorry. What's your name? Connor. So sorry.
How do people donate in the room?
All right. If you you could donate in the room by meeting me in the back table. You could do cash, check. You could do Cash App. You could cash card. We take it all. Cash card. I think that's like everybody in here. You can put me down for 25 too.
Talking through what we got.
All right. So while yesterday is doing the math, I do want to show special acknowledgement. Go to the next screen for me, Jay. Wait. We got more? Okay. ANWO Huru is the Cash App. And who, I can't even see who that was. I'm sorry. I got mad glare going on with these glasses. Who said what was the last amount? 25. Who said 25 is the last amount? I can't see.
I did 25 on that.
Okay, 25 on Cash App also.
Who's that?
And I'm sorry, what Renee, yes. I'm looking at you. I knew your name. All right, you almost there. So while guess they do that calculate, because that's like everybody.
That's not everybody. We got way more people than that.
We got more people online. Any more come on the line?
You can do that.
Let's see. If I did a $10 monthly donation,
All right.
in addition to the $50 donation.
All right.
Who's that?
Janeba.
Okay.
Janeba. Did a SATA level and a $50 one time.
Oh, and Makemba.
Okay.
Did $60 to catch up.
All right.
Great. Lisa Davis.
Lisa. Makemba. Correct.
We are $1,949.
$1,941.
49.
$49.
That's what I was able to capture. I know we missed a few at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that amount is higher because it went high. Yeah, anybody want to throw in and make it?
942.
We'll get a final number very shortly. So I just want to acknowledge our 2023.
Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
Can we make it an even $2,000? We have with 1949 right now. All we need is
100.
Great.
I know. Yeah, I'm trying. All right, because we're at time.
2,049.
All right.
Yes.
So I just want to acknowledge our 2023 sustaining donors. These are people who do the whole 2023, completed 2023 donations. That includes Wendy Craig, Chess Henry, and Jabril Kaiser. Uhuru. All right. We're gonna move into the next part. You want me to lead us up here? It's the script right here.
Okay, up next, our final panel of the day. What will a liberated Africa look like? Leaders of the African People's Socialist Party discuss their work and how it advances the African Revolution. So welcome up our panelists. Our first panelist I will call is Dr. Aisha Fields. She online? She is the director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, a mass organization of the African People's Socialist Party. Up next beyond her is Director Akile Enayi, who is director of the party's agitational and propaganda work of the party and leads that department for the entire African People's Socialist Party. And then we have what's the title? Secretary General. I was going to think hands off of who, right? Secretary General of the African People's Socialist Party USA, Wazy Odom, who is joining us to the panel today. So give these comrades a round of applause. So I'll be facilitating this panel as a member of the leading party organizations. I'm going to sit down so that we can focus the camera on one area. I think I took somebody. Oh, thank you, Conrad. Please. Can you hear me now? Okay. I just wanted to appreciate your participation on this panel. And you will all set some questions that I hope that you have some time to take a look at. But really, this panel is about really pulling out your individual work as a member of the African People's Socialist Party and what that means in terms of the different sectors that we have to organize. But I really just wanted to, I know that there's a ton of things that you can reflect on and tell us about your particular work, and I'm really excited to dig that out. But I wanted to give you first an opportunity, about 5 minutes, to introduce yourself and to the registrants. We'll start with Comrade Moisey since you're here.
Right. Guru.
Comrades.
Well, I just want to begin by saluting my leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair Ona Zanaya Shatella. And I want to join in just really saluting you, Comrade President Yejide, for this 9th annual Black Women's Convention here in St. Louis. So uhuru. And also want to salute the National Central Committee, of which of which is this panel as well, of the APSP. And so I currently serve as the Secretary General of the African People's Socialist Party, USA. And prior to taking on that role, I was given the great honor to defend the African People's Socialist Party as the chairperson of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign. And this campaign was initiated following the July 29 attacks on the African People's Socialist Party. These were pre-dawn raids that took place here in St. Louis, in the African community, as well in the South Side, in the white community, and as well in St. Petersburg, Florida. And many of the members that you see on this panel here were directly impacted by that raid. Obviously, the party as well, but we talk about Chairman Amalia Shatella, Deputy Chair Ona Zanaya Shatella. Their home was violently raided. Chairman was held at gunpoint. Deputy Chair almost hit in the face with a drone as it flew into the home. They were handcuffed, told to sit on the curb, just the most humiliating, ways that they terrorize the whole African community, which, as we said, many members of that community thought that the FBI was coming for them, because this is just a reflection of an African community that is always under attack. As well as Comrade Director Aisha, who was here on the ground, who was initiating this, doula program that was also set to start on that day, on July 29th as well, here in St. Louis, which, by the way, we did complete, and I'm sure Director Aisha will be able to talk more, more about that, but that's the work of the party, as well as Director Akile Anai, who in St. Petersburg, Florida, was, called on the phone, pre-dawn, told that her car was being broken into, only to come outside and be surrounded by FBI agents who stole laptops, phones, devices. And again, this is what happened on July 29th. And so it was a reflection of the party's over 50 years work of defending the African working class. And as you see here, the African National Women's Organization is just one representation of how Chairman Amalia Shatella and the African People's Socialist Party has been created to address every single contradiction that African people face, especially the special oppression of African women. So this counteroffensive, which I'll be able to talk more throughout this panel, is one of the areas of work that I am leading. And the goal is that I don't lead this forever, because we want to drop these charges. We do not want, Chairman Amalia Shatella, Peggy Hess and Jeffrey Neville, who are also here in this room, they are the Uhuru 3. They will not set a foot in jail. And this is the goal of this campaign. But for now, we will lead it and we will win it. So that's just a brief overview.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Comrade. What a way to start. Let's do it. But Comrade Director Akile, can you go next and just give us an introduction?
Uhuru, can you hear me?
Yes.
Uhuru, comrades. Well, I want to start by saluting my leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella, Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella, and the National Central Committee, which also this incredible esteemed panel, Director Aisha, SG Mwezi, and President Yejide. And I also want to salute President Yejide for this very powerful convention that's been underway. It's just it's incredible to see, what it is that the African National Women's Organization has been able to accomplish over the 9 years of its existence, forwarding the struggle for African revolution, and seeing it embodied in this organization. It's just really profound. And also want to recognize President Yejide, because in terms of introducing the area of work to which I'm responsible for, President Yejide has played a really important role in the Department of Agitation and Propaganda over the years in the African People's Socialist Party. And if you can't tell, it's reflected in all of ANWO, just in terms of the look and, that dynamic political report that was given earlier, and just the incredible genius of President Yejide just reflected all throughout ANWO. So want to again salute this incredible convention and your leadership. And to talk about the work as the director of Agitprop for the African People's Socialist Party. We referred to it recently as the director of media communications. And that is, what it is. It's an instrument that is evident throughout all of the structures of our party and our movement. And it's our messaging, it's the political line of African internationalism developed by the chairman. It's how the people find us and understand us, who we are. It's how we unite, the whole African nation to the position of independence, how we keep abreast with our movements that spans the entire world, all of our organizations, our institutions, our campaigns, and we use various tools to accomplish all of these goals, which includes the party's oldest institution and the primary organizing / communication tool, which is the Burning Spear newspaper. Also our publications of books, manuals, pamphlets, and our recently developed capacity into the radio, as well as social media and online platforms. But in terms of really explaining this department and its massive task, it's important to understand that it's more than just media and communications as such. And as Chairman Amalia Shatella has stated, that Agitprop, the agitation propaganda, is a function of African state power. And when we discuss a liberated Africa, we're talking about a whole new world that's being created in this process. And when we talk about the world we live in today, under a colonial mode of production, we come to understand that this economic foundation requires an ideological justification, a set of ideas that reinforces the existence of colonialism, that economic system that perpetuates a philosophy that supports the domination, the rape, the exploitation, the theft, and genocide that the system has brought down on the world's people. It establishes vehicles to continue the production and distribution of these ideas. It establishes the culture of that society, our perception. It sets the narrative, defines who we are, defines the colonizers, determines the past, the present, and the vision for the future, which the chairman has said, which under this system is very bleak. And it is the power to control the ideas, to capture the brains of the masses of the people. And as we see with the attacks on our party and our leadership, it gives itself the right to make illegal the ideas that challenge its existence. So that is state power. And so you have Zuckerberg and Facebook's ability to prevent us from communicating. That's a function of state power at play. So our apparatus as Agitprop is functioning in the role as custodians of our revolutionary philosophy. It's responsible for the production and distribution of ideas that opposes colonialism and puts power in the hands of African people. It is redefining, it is rewriting, it's establishing a new culture, a new society born through revolution, maintaining continuity of our ideas, exterminating the ideas that support any form of colonial domination. And we are setting the ideological reinforcement of a liberated socialist economy. That is a function of state power, of African state power that we are responsible for. So that's really the totality and how we have to understand the Department of Agitation and Propaganda. Uhuru.
As you can tell, it's about to be panel, y'all. So thank you so much, Director Akile, and Director Aisha. Please introduce yourself and your work.
Uhuru, Comrade Yejide, I just really want to, first of all, I want to salute this incredible convention. The panels that have already happened have been incredible, seeing African women from around the world and other colonized women from around the world come together to recognize our common fight and to find ways to connect our struggle to, to win is just so important. And I want to say that just like others have said, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the leadership of Omalia Shatella, the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. And I know that sometimes when people hear that, if they're not familiar with the chairman, if they're not familiar with the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, they might think that we're engaging in some kind of, I don't know, idol worship or man worship or some kind of crazy iteration of things that we've seen in the past. So it's not like there's no basis for people to think like that. But the reality is that the chairman, what he's done for more than 50 years is to consistently fight to understand the world, to understand how it is that despite the incredible history that we have as African people, as Palestinian people, as Mexican people, as the world's people, despite the incredible history, achievements, advancements that we've made historically, we find ourselves living in the worst possible conditions. And the chairman has helped us to understand how it has come to be this way. And more than that, has helped us to create a body of ideas and organization to be able to win people to participate in a process to overturn it. And that is why the chairman and his leadership is so significant and so important. And why this organization, the African People's Socialist Party, that leads the Uhuru movement, that has built ANWO, that has built APDEP and other really important organizations over the more than 50 years of our existence, is so important. And I'm honored to have the opportunity to lead an important mass organization under the leadership of the party called APDEP. And I'm excited to discuss more on this panel, what APDEP is and how it fits into the overall struggle for the liberation of African people. So I just really want to salute this convention, salute all of the sisters, all of the comrades who are in St. Louis and who are around the world participating, and just look forward to continuing to develop what this conference has in store for us.
Uhuru, thank you, comrade. Really appreciate that. The title of this panel is "What Would a Liberated Africa Look Like?" Because the chairman wrote, this is like one of my favorite pieces that the chairman wrote, is really providing a vision. Under colonialism, you don't typically think about what it would be like to be something else, to live some way else. And when chairman wrote this piece, I think it was the first time we were able to really think about what kind of world we want to create. And so I know that within the party, we have these organizations because we are building the kind of world that we want to create. So my first question is related to your work, right? Can you provide an overview of a vision of a liberated Africa? Director Akile already did some of that. According to the African People's Socialist Party, and how it differs from the current reality. And I'm really interested in pulling out what your specific work is doing to transform that reality for the liberated Africa, to a liberated Africa. So, Comrade Wazy, you want to get started?
Okay, I could start and maybe just build more upon it. Because, well, I think I'll say first what brought me into this movement was, the work that I've done. you go to these colonial schools and you learn and you think, okay, these skills are actually going to do something and change something. And then you realize kind of exactly what Compa Adriana said, was that it takes us nowhere, right? And you're back to square one. And I started, when I understood one of the, calls of the movement was to like return your skills. You have these skills, but they have to be able to be put somewhere. And I joined the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project, the program that Director Aisha leads. And that was where I finally, for the first time, saw concrete, like material programs that were like actually addressing problems that African people were facing. And at the time, it was around the infant and maternal health of African women in Sierra Leone. And I just saw how ABDEP, through the chairman's leadership, presented a real concrete solution. And then no Black babies died. And it was just so simple that when you have power in your own hands, we know how to solve our problems, but the problem is that there are these contradictions in the, in the system of colonialism, which is the colonial mode of production. And so how that relates to the work in the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa, is that one, we're saying hands off freedom, hands off Africa. And what is important about this counteroffensive, this campaign, is that if we want to see a liberated Africa, we have to defend the programs and the institutions that the party has built for over 50 years. And one of the things, I actually looked up the definition of contradictions again, because it's a word that we use often, right? And I want to just read the actual definition. And it says, a combination of statements, ideas, or features of a situation that are opposed to another. And what that means is that if we live in a system that is just and fair and equal, then why do we see African babies dying at a rate of 1 in 8 in the first year year of life, or enough to fill 15 kindergarten classrooms? If we live in a world that is just and fair and free, why do we see disproportionate outcomes for everything that we talked about in this whole convention, right? I don't need to go on. And so it's this counteroffensive is a representation of a colonial state that is fragile and that has attacked the African People's Socialist Party for fighting for reparations, for calling the United States out with, genocide. And one of the things too, if you look at the what a liberated Africa will look like, is that we won't have to be struggling to defend our work. Mm-hmm. We will be engaged in real struggle in terms of like all of the other stuff that gets in the way of just solving the problems. We're like, okay, how are we going to, where are we going to build this garden, right? And how are we going to make this Uhuru House look, like on this part of the world? And also the real struggle that comes with being human and, having differences of, of opinions, but through an ideology and being able to build a principled relationship with one another, we can struggle in the same interest. And one of the things that I wanted to say was that, I lost my train of thought. Oh, the youth. Because if you look at the COINTELPRO, they have this program, right? And there is 5 points that they said, and I think I might have written them down, and I'll be brief. But this was, the counterintelligence program was, was created to disrupt and, dismantle these Black liberation movements and all, liberation movement. We talk about Leonard Peltier and the struggle of the indigenous people. We talk about, our, comrades in, Unión del Barrio, who even right now, who are facing, charges as well. All of this stems from this, this whole apparatus, the state apparatus. And one of their, goals of COINTELPRO was, again, to prevent the coalition of Black nationalist group, or the African People's Socialist Party, to prevent the rise of a Black, as they say, Messiah. We have Chairman Amalia Shatella, and we have, Malcolm X, we have Martin Luther King, we have, Marcus Garvey, we have, African leaders, to prevent the violence of a Black nationalist group. Well, it's clear that the African People's Socialist Party does not engage in violence, but what we do is a threat to a system that wants to see us gone, right? And so this is the part of this is a threat to the system to prevent the Black nationalist group from gaining respectability. And they say they can do this by, there's a whole thing about how they can discredit us to the white community, which which we've seen, but also that the final goal should be to prevent the long-term, the long-range growth of youth. And if you look at this basketball court here, that is not a small thing. It's really not a small thing that there is a basketball court that had to be built, one, because anytime the youth would try to even play in other areas, of this city, they would close them down. And then, force the youth to, as we say, play on these streets with these bicycle hoops made out of, or, basketball hoops made out of rims and being messed with, by the police, and just seeing that the African community has a place for us to be able to, to safely, recreate. And this was right after this basketball court was built, we were raided, right? And so, and it wasn't just because of this basketball court, but that the African People's Socialist Party, under the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair Onizene Shatella, who created these institutions, has made it clear that this counteroffensive, the Hands Off Recruit, Hands Off Africa campaign is how we fight for a liberated Africa. And in the process of this, not only just defending our institutions and keeping our chairman and our leaders out of jail, but also, as was said earlier, the ideology that we don't leave this period without anybody not recognizing that Africa, African, indigenous, colonized people are fed up, and that we're at a point where we all see it, happening. But if we don't understand that we are fighting one thing, which is colonialism, even if we don't get it, but we understand that all of our struggles have to be on a similar, on the same trajectory towards liberation and freedom. That is what we want to achieve during this, process as well, so that when we win, we can pick up the pieces from the pieces that we've laid out, and we can build from there. And, so this is just a section of how I can see it happening. So I don't know if that makes sense.
Uhuru, I want all our presenters to answer that question. So let's go to Director Keeling.
Uhuru. Well, just some of the things specific to Agitprop, but if I could say a little bit more too, outside of a specific role, but just what I was saying in the introduction, and like you mentioned, President Ejide, being able to establish the vision for the future, that you have to be able to see it in order to know what you're fighting for. And the African People's Socialist Party, through all of the work that we do, allows us to see the future. You don't work this hard and do everything that you're doing because you're going to go down with the sinking ship. You're doing it because there is a future in sight. And when people become a part of this process, and however they do, if you're a member of ANWO, and you should become a member of ANWO, you can, see the future. You can see our conditions, being overturned. You can see how you contribute to the process of, overthrowing a social system and overturning contradictions that have been imposed on us. So that's the responsibility, is to be able to show what that future looks like through the process of establishing that future right now. And that's what I really appreciate about the party and what we do, because it's not abstract when we talk about the future, but it's real, it's tangible, and it's something that we can experience because we're doing it right now. We are putting the future in place. And also, with the theory of African internationalism, with the leadership that the chairman has provided for our struggle for more than 50 years, what we are able to do is explain the world exactly as it is. And I think that's also really important in terms of being able to, see what the future, what a liberated Africa can look like. Because, as SG Mwezi was mentioning, having to put our struggle on this common trajectory of destroying colonialism and recognizing colonialism as the fundamental contradiction. But if you don't have a worldview that explains this is what the primary contradiction is, that this is how the world actually is, then it could be hard to see a future, or it's confusing. So we have the ability to explain the world exactly as it is, and then we have the ability to paint what that future looks like. And just related to this question too, because I also really, really love that presentation that the chairman, made on what will a liberated Africa look like. And, when I think about, the chairman says we have to be jealous of the power that somebody has over our lives. And, when I think about, and even the things that we don't know about in terms of Africa's contributions to the world. And I'm talking prior to colonialism and post-colonialism, like the contributions to civilization, to humanity that Africa has made, that has been stolen, that has been robbed from us. When we talk about reparations and we try to calculate what has been stolen from African people, and you begin to like put this all in your head to see how much the development of Africa was stunted with the process of the colonial mode of production being put into place. And it's infuriating, but it's like that inspires you to, create the future, because you can see what's possible just through that history. You can see what's possible just through what Africans under the conditions of colonialism are able to create. The African People's Socialist Party is comprised of Africans of the African, working class of the African nation, who, like we talk about the deputy chair, African working class woman whose brilliance has shined through the African People's Social Party. And look what she's been able to do, through this revolutionary process. And, this is an organization that, was, like hustling our spears, just like in vans and stuff like that, the chairman sleeping in, comrade houses and stuff like that, trying to organize. This is the character that our party has come from and what we've been able to achieve as a consequence. And I just think about all of that. And, when Africa and African people have control over our productive capacity, like that, it's going to explode. I mean, we see what it looks like inside the party, inside our movement now. And when Africa is free, and when the world is free, the possibilities are limitless. So those are just, some of the things that I think about when we look at this question.
Director Aisha.
Uhuru. Yeah, I really just want to appreciate and unite with what both Comrade Mwezi and Director Akile just laid out. And something that Director Akile, I think the essence of kind of what she was saying made me think a lot about how, what kind of role APDEP has to play in terms of like helping to give African people a vision of what's possible, like concretely also, because the reality is that right now, most African people who, let's say, have certain kinds of skills, who might be in the medical profession, they might be nurses or doctors or some other kind of medical professional, or they might be a teacher, they might be an engineer, they might have some other kind of specialized skill that usually African people under colonialism don't have the ability to, don't have access to becoming, right? Like the vast majority of African people under colonialism resist, just like the compa from Unyan was talking about, like how she resisted everything in school because everything we're given is garbage, and very few of us are able to navigate the colonial education system with the sense of who we are intact, because it's not made for us to be able to remain or become everything that Africa needs us to be. The colonial education system is there to smash us, to make sure that if we are able to navigate, it's because we're slimy, it's because we're weak, it's because we've given up, So many Africans who have maintained that sense of, responsibility to the African nation, or sense of dignity or recognition of a future that we have to fight for as African people, are not organized. We're one-offs, maybe somewhere, trying to do what we can in an isolated space, or maybe we've given up because we just don't even have hope that there's anything better that we can achieve, and just stick our head down and say, let me just try my best to do what I can for myself and my family. And the beautiful thing, or one of the beautiful things about the African People's Socialist Party, is that it has left no stone unturned in terms of like opening doors for African people to walk in and to stand up and to take on our responsibility to fight for a liberated Africa. And APDEP is one of those tools that, you know, the party established to win the skills that we have as African people and to organize them and to allow those skills to be used to further the African liberation movement. So at bare minimum, we have access to skills to build programs, mass programs around education, around agriculture, around healthcare, and other development related areas, but then also to be able to win the understanding that it's helpful, it is important to give our people a vision and to use to the greatest extent that we can right now our energy to build self-determining programs, but it's towards an end. And the end is a liberated Africa. The end is a Black power state. The end is African people having access to our resources that are protected by a government of our own. So we have the ability through organizations like APDEP that the party has built to do something now, but win those who can be won to the vision and to the work of building the future, the actual future that we have to have. So many of the things that we've done in APDEP have been around, you know, organizing community gardens, you know, to bring the skills that we have in the African nation to help to recognize we can feed ourselves. We fed white folks for 600 years. It was our back-breaking labor that, you know, that has done that for so long. You know, we can feed ourselves, you know, building a variety of healthcare programs around questions like infant and maternal health, or around things like COVID. You know, I've never been so scared in all my life. And when COVID hit and people all around us are dying and we're like, you don't know what to do. And the chairman said, this is what we do. We're going to build this People's War campaign, you know, against COVID-19, the colonial virus. We need APDEP to take its position in this role, win African healthcare workers, provide the leadership, let the African nation and the world know what is it that we have to do? What are we faced with? What are the scientists saying? What are our medical forces seeing? Gathering that information and giving guidance to African people, to the masses of African and other colonized people too, to say, hey, this is how we should move. We cleared that the United States government, there is no government, maybe short of Cuba, that was out there really doing something to try to work in the interest of African and colonized people. We have to do that. We have to take that responsibility. And that's something that I think was a really important you know, role that APDEP has played in the recent period in terms of like building our online you know, health center, where we organize African nurses and doctors who you can make appointments with. You know, we had Africans and other people from around the world who were able to make online appointments with our doctors. I've got a loved one who is suffering from, you know, from COVID, or I have COVID. I don't know what to do. What do I do? And we were able to, you know, help to give that kind of guidance, because we recognize that our responsibility is to be, even now, the emerging government that African people need to be able to protect our interests, to be able to protect our health in that instance, you know. You know, APDEP's been really involved in like building a variety of kind of like education programs to, you know, to deal with the question of what kind of ideas our children have access to, making sure that African children recognize they have a responsibility to the African Revolution, you know, dealing with the question of water. And one of the things that I'll say before I stop is that, you know, my training is as a physicist. And, you know, when you go into science classes, right, and you learn what is supposed to be the history of science, right, or various kind of scientific discoveries, you see a litany of white men who did this, who did that, and they're held up, and you're supposed to hold up these achievements as, wow, this is the most foundational thing that's ever happened in physics or in chemistry or in biology. And you can be left, when you don't understand colonialism, the question of colonialism and what the white world has done to the rest of the world, you're left with the idea that, wow, white people are the center of everything and they've done all the important things and we've done nothing or contributed to nothing, till you recognize, well, why was it that Africans and Asians and other people were not involved? Because we were under the most severe forms of colonial domination, enslavement that didn't allow us the space or the opportunity to continue to make contributions that African people have and other people have always made. That development was arrested and it continues to be arrested. So the science that the world needs, the medicine that the world needs, the things that the world needs to solve the people's problems has been chained up, because the vast majority of the world's people have not been able to participate in the process of solving the problems. So the future can really be a future that is beyond our wildest imaginations in terms of health and every other thing, once the productive capacities, once the intelligence of the world peoples is unleashed. And the only way that is going to happen is once colonialism is defeated and the people are able to truly be everything that we want and that we can be.
This is a really important discussion because, I really want the audience to understand like what the vision, why are we even here in this building today talking about imperialism, colonialism, neo-colonialism, like why are we here? And there are people who are volunteering to be in organizations who are not being paid to do so, to make the revolution. And this drive has to be so strong because we want something different from what we have experienced, what our foreparents have experienced for our entire lives. Yeah. So we have to think about the vision. What kind of place do we want to live and bring our children into? And what kinds of things are we trying to destroy so that we don't have to bring that into a new world? We trying to say we want to be free in Chairman's lifetime, and it's an urgent thing. And what's developing in the world, even though it may look like this organization, is that there are people who are fighting back against their oppression, and we have to champion that. We have to champion the Palestinian resistance. We have to champion any colonized person who is pushing it back, the dominant foreign aggressor, imperialism, in any way, shape, or form. And this discussion on looking to the future and seeing what kind of things we want to put down on the ground is like really important, because what some people might call freedom dreaming, but we are more than dreaming it, we are doing it, right? Yeah. So Deputy Chair now on this panel, I know y'all saw her advertise with this panel, but she's gonna come up a little bit later and talk to you about what we're gonna see in real life here in St. Louis, and her work in particular, what she's been developing that's been impacting the entire scope of the African community here in St. Louis. But I wanted to directly talk to Comrade S.G. Mwezi, and you spoke a lot about hands off Uhuru. Why is it so important? Why is it so important? Not just for African people. Why are we even engaged in the struggle with we know we want to just get some comrades and not go to jail, but like, what is the deeper picture for hands off Uhuru, and how does that contribute to helping people understand freedom and liberation?
Uhuru. Well, I want to appreciate that question and just how you ended your last statement about we are freedom. You said we are doing it. We are freedom building. Like we are building a liberated Africa. We are building a world in which nobody lives at the expense of anyone else. And part of why this, as I said, this campaign is important is because it also helps to expose the centuries-long attack on the resistance of African colonized people overall. I mean, Africa in 1415, when the Portuguese first met West Africa, and first met West Africa and colonized African people. Fast forward to the chairman gives this, whole, breakdown, but fast forward to 1884, when all these colonial powers sit down at a table and chop up Africa, and we see these 56 some odd countries that we see now that have separated us. And, it was a real attack on, some of the panelists earlier talked about identity crisis, and, we don't speak the same language anymore. And now, we are separated as a people. And then this attack that now has come, and then come over the Atlantic, come and attack the indigenous people of this land, bring Africans here to work, slaughter the indigenous people from Alaska to Chile, as it's described now. And throughout all these, 600 years, we cannot say that colonized people have not been resisting, right? Like nobody would give up their right to live, their right to work for free. All of this came through violence, right? Through colonial violence. This is the only way that it can sustain itself. And so this attack on the African People's Socialist Party is directly connected to the attack on Marcus Garvey in the 1900s. It's directly, connected to every, liberation struggle, whether we read it in a book or not, because it is clear that that this was an attack to maintain a system that is built on the oppression of, those who produce and reproduce for the rest of the world. And this, in the process of this attack, or in the process of fighting back these attacks, it is to keep, comrades out of, the colonial prison. But we understand, even as the chairman says, like when the chairman references Nat Turner, an enslaved African who led this, remarkable slave rebellion and was put on trial and was found guilty, right? But again, as the chairman said, even if he was found not guilty, would he have been free? No, because he's still colonized. Even if our comrades don't go to prison, has the system still changed? No, we still have work to do. But in the process of this, the process of building a mass movement and helping to mobilize the people, we make sure that when we come out of this, even stronger than, than what happened on the 29th. And part of what this apparatus is of the Hands Off Uhuru is that we have now volunteers and people who have come in from across the political spectrum who have united with, look, this is an attack on freedom of speech. This is an attack on my right to, whatever these organizations, stand for. They understand that at the very core, this is an attack on, freedom of speech. And that is something that that we can say, clearly that this is an attack on the Chairman Amalia Shatella is not, as chairman says, it's not just Chairman Amalia Shatella free speech. It's not just the African People's Socialist Party free speech, but it's your free speech. And again, the attack on your right to hear it. And so this is, we just had a really remarkable interview for those who are not aware. The chairman was interviewed by Tucker Carlson just on yesterday. I don't know how many views now, thousands of views. 2 million views. And this comes after another brief mention about this case by Judge Napolitano and Anya Prompril, and then also just prior to an interview with Glenn Greenwald. And I mentioned these particular forces not to disregard our own apparatus, the Burning Spear newspaper, which was the first to put this out into the world, but also these other forces who have supported us through the media, because the media does play an important role, and the media was actually used to attack the Black liberation struggle in the 1960s as well. But I mentioned those because we were trapped in this encirclement where we couldn't break out and get to the world what was actually happening. And so part of this case is that yes, they want to put us on trial, and yes, we say we will put the state on trial, and we have been putting the state on trial, which is why they had to attack us. But these interviews are very helpful it's very important because, again, it does allow us to put out to the world with those who don't even agree with a single word that we say, but you'll read the comments and they say he has a right to say it. And that's something that we have to, recognize. So it's an important, struggle for the attack on, for the liberation of African people and all colonized people to be free.
Director Akile, you have been really integral. Your department has been really integral in putting out, African internationalism, and in particular, making sure that we have an apparatus to put out the attacks that's happening on the party, but also the fight back as well. And, you know, I know that over the years, the Department of Education propaganda has built the capacity to put out information in many different ways. Can you talk a little bit about that work and what maybe confronting it and what wins that we've had and just overall like what that work has looked like as an independent African revolutionary?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, first, I mean, again, really want to like recognize the oldest institution of a party, which is the Burning Spear newspaper, and how critical the Burning Spear newspaper a role like how critical it is inside for the African People's Socialist Party and for the whole African liberation movement. And you know, how the chairman has said, you know, if you want to know who the party is and what it is that we are about, you just have to look at the Burning Spear newspaper. And so it really you know, defines throughout its pages who we are, what we want, what we believe. It's printed in every issue, our 14-point platform. And it has been this way. It's been the primary organizing tool before there was an African People's Socialist Party, because the chairman founded the paper in 1968. So it's, you know, contributions leading up to and helping to establish the African People's Socialist Party in 1972, you know, played a very important role then and continues to play this really critical organizing role now. And I'll say one that, you know, years ago, they were saying print journalism is dead. And we proved that to be false. And the fact that we've maintained constant, you know, print production since, you know, the period of the Black Revolution of the 1960s, the end of the 1960s, you know, through the 70s. I mean, being able to see, you know, the first tabloid edition of the paper in 1969, and to be able to hold the issues that we, you know, have in 2024. So I just think that in and of itself is an incredible feat. It's not easy to maintain revolutionary print publication and distribute a revolutionary print publication. And so that's something that I think is an incredible honor, but also an important victory. And as well, being able to bring the Spear online as well. And the Spear is a tool that we send inside these colonial concentration camps called prisons inside this country. And right now, sending over, I think, almost to, if not over 900 prisoners inside the US right now. And that's a huge growth, leap in growth of our sponsored prisoner program, and how the Spear gets passed around inside these prisons. I mean, we've heard stories about how the paper will literally be falling apart because it is being passed around and studied throughout these prisons, so that the Africans who are locked, and we know, you know, in terms of the African population, it's especially inside the US, you know, making up majority of the prison population, how critical it is that those Africans are, you know, being transformed into African working class intellectuals by being able to ingest the theory of African internationalism. So that's also a really important feat of this department. And again, I mentioned, you know, being able to do both print and online, so that, you know, more and more people are able to access the Burning Spear newspaper, even internationally. And I think also just throughout our entire structure, and it's not something that I can necessarily take credit for, having just, you know, come into this department and at the later half of 2017, it was a process that was already in motion. But I think when you look at the entire movement and how the deputy chair fought for all of our organizations and institutions to have some like an economic capacity to get off the treadmill of, you know, just, you know, fundraising, but to actually establish institutions that, you know, bring in on regular basis resources that can support the work of those institutions. Just like that, we can see this development of an agitprop apparatus inside the departments and organizations, inside the party and throughout the movement. I mean, inside ANWO and in PDM, there's and in APDEP and the mass organizations, there's info ed committees, you know, information education committees. And inside the Hands Off Crew campaign, there's an info ed tech committee. And that's the agitprop, you know, apparatus, that structure functioning inside of these different organizations, institutions, and also the trainings that, you know, the political education and development of our party, how, you know, the membership of our party understands not just the theory of African internationalism, but our role, our responsibility as cadre, what it is that we are tasked to do and how to do those things. We are constantly engaged in the process of political education, and included in that is not just a theoretical, but the practical. How do we, put all of these things into practice? So we're constantly engaged in that process, and, just creating stronger, formidable membership and cadre. So I think that's also, really important. We just had an incredible cadre intensive, process that the party just led. And, I just, look at those types of things as things that are able to be duplicated, throughout the party and certainly throughout its structures. And there's a lot more that I'm missing. We, published several books within the last couple of years, including a republication of Reparations Now, which documented the 1982 World Tribunal on Reparations to African People that the African People's Socialist Party led. The chairman was the people's advocate for, and we republished this book with the testimonies and things like that. Now it's called The Verdict is In, Reparations Now. We published that, was it last year? And the chairman went on a book tour. All the chairman's political reports within the last several years, also published and distributed. And, there's so much more. And then, of course, when we look at obstacles that, are confronting the work that we have, struggled to overturn and push back against it's certainly been through the question of being online and specifically social media. And we talked about, and SG Mwezi just mentioned about the whole, this encirclement of, the colonial state and its media apparatus, making sure the whiteout that's been imposed on us, preventing, this movement for the ideas from reaching, the masses of people that need to hear them. And these social media platforms playing, this huge vile role, in this process, shutting people down, shadow banning, they call it, the algorithm, the evil algorithm, like all of these things, fake news, taking things down as fake news, like all of these things being imposed on people who are trying to communicate with one another. And the same is true, for Chair Amalia Shatella's pages and, any pages within our movement. Being able to actually utilize these platforms to our advantage, we found, extreme difficulty because it wasn't intended for our use. It wasn't intended to be a place where we can organize, but it's not something that we've conceded, we fight and, again, still struggle to try to break those barriers. And, as a consequence, we see just like SG Mwezi mentioned, this interview with Tucker Carlson, and these other forces that have been mentioned that allow us to reach a greater platform and a greater amount of people, being able to talk to people. So we have, and also other independent or, other media or personalities and things like that who take clips of the chairman and other movement speakers, and they go viral, like the chairman's Oxford speech, which has been seen by millions and millions of people. So I think while those are some of the obstacles, we see the barriers being broken. And, we're the only ones that have the analysis that we do. The African People's Socialist Party for a long time was the lone voice, was for a long time the only one defining colonialism as the main contradiction and struggling against it, and have been able to unite people around this question, but also to make colonialism a household word, just like it did reparations, back when it, kicked off this work, back in the 1980s. And this is, something that, what we're seeing today, this explosion today, what I'm trying to say is that it's work in progress. It's not just something that happened overnight, but it's like a, accumulation of all of this work and all of the struggle that we've been engaged in. And now it's just exploding. So, yeah, President today, that's what I get through.
We have about 10 minutes left in this panel, and I have one directed question toward Aisha, Dr. Aisha Fields, and then I'll do a general question. So, Dr. Aisha Fields, you talked about an emerging governance, right? Like an emerging government. And you know, you could speak about this in relation to like what AFDEP is, and I think you've already done that. But like, what I would also like you to speak about it in generalities, right? Like as an African internationalist, like how do you, like what makes the African liberation government different from the governments that we currently see in Africa right now and in around the world? So, Uhuru.
Uhuru. I think this this is something that really the party has, I think, not only helped me, but like many people understand in terms of like what freedom is. You know, before I came into the party, I moved in different kind of spaces, you know, when I was in college, especially, and when I was in grad school, you know, African people who loved Africa and who, embraced African culture and who recognized, generally speaking, that the conditions that African people are confronted with is, today is based in the attack on Africa and enslavement of African people, and would talk about and engage in like ideas around freedom, but there was never any real concrete like vision of what that freedom meant, what it looked like. Lots of people had their own ideas about what it, like what it meant to be free. And very few had any kind of ideas about how we would achieve it. I mean, that was definitely not really on the table, but there might have been, lots of thinking about what freedom could look like. But it wasn't until I met the party and the theory of African internationalism that it became clear that what we have to fight for is state power, that what we have to fight for, how we know we are free as African people, is that we have what was lost it will be restored, right? And so the reality is that what we lost as African people was the right to govern ourselves, that there was a period prior to the attack on Africa where African people had our own governments, however that might have looked. We had our own systems of health. We had our own educational systems. We had our own approach to everything. And the way we organized ourselves was based on our collective interests. We know that what has been taken from us is the ability for us to do the even basic things: feed, clothe, and house ourselves. Those are some of the basic functions of government, to organize itself to meet the needs of its people. So what the party has helped me to understand is that real freedom for African people will be achieved when we have our own government. That now, to have a government, we have to have access to our own land and resources. That land is Africa, and the resources are plentiful, So the reality is that that the struggle for Black freedom is the struggle to achieve our own Black power state that will ensure that the resources of Africa are used for the common benefit of African people the world over, not for individuals like we see now. Like we see any number of African presidents or prime ministers or governors everywhere from the United States, to every country in the continent of Africa, throughout the Caribbean and around the world, where we see perhaps Black faces, that represent, governments that are supposed to, in theory, represent the interests of African people, but that in reality don't. And how do you know that? Because there's no way that Africa can be as wealthy as it is, but African people are as poor as we are. That African people are as brilliant as we are, but we're dying from diarrhea. Like, come on. Like, I mean, that the two don't add up. So the reality is that we have to fight for the ability to govern ourselves again. And a big piece in that is recognizing the question of class too. Like, we have to be clear that the future is one that has to, and the struggle has to be led by the African working class. And it's absolutely 100% necessary that the African working class lead the struggle, because the African middle class has no capacity and no interest really in seeing colonialism overturned. Because if you can meet your own personal interests with things as they are, despite the fact that you might, be upset here and there because maybe some things, generally speaking, don't go your way, you don't get the respect that you want, but generally you can meet your material needs through this system being maintained, then that's not a force that can be relied on to lead a process that will overturn this social system. So we that's why this question of recognizing that the African working class has to lead, that the African working class is what is the social force that will carry African people into the future. This is the message that the party is giving to the world, and that those of us who may not really have come from the African working class, or maybe those of us who have had African middle class aspirations because we never saw a vehicle or a way that made sense for us to change this thing and just kind of succumb, can see through the party that we don't have to submit to those aspirations that at the end of the day are not in our interests, our genuine long-term, long-range interests. So yeah, I mean, I just really, again, I appreciate the theory of African internationalism. I appreciate ANWO for giving African women the ability to see that we have a place, we have a space, we have a dedicated organization to ensuring that African working class women, are active participants and makers and shapers of the future that we want. And hopefully everybody can see, if this is your first time being exposed to the African People's Socialist Party, we have ANWO, but look who our Secretary General is for APSP USA. Look who our Director of Agitation and Propaganda is. Look at who our Deputy Chair, the person who is over all of our economic programs throughout the move. Look who she is. These are not small posts, insignificant positions, or people who've been given responsibilities because we got to have half women and half men or some trivial thing like that. But the African People's Socialist Party truly represents the interests of all African people, truly gives space for African people and African women to be your best self. You have that opportunity through the party. You can be everything that you think you want to be and more, only in this space until we're free. This is where it is. If you want to be you, if you want to be that thing that colonialism has kept us from being for so long. So the future is ours. It's going to be consolidated under a Black power state led by the African working class. We got everything we need. We got the vehicle, we got the organization, we got the theory. We just need you. That's it.
Yes.
We have exhausted our time for this panel, but I want to push it a little and just ask our comrades to have a final thought, and then a final thought, which is a short, brief final thought, and then we can close out and go to our next piece. Thank you, comrade. So I'll start with Comrade Nwesi.
Uhuru, really want to just salute this panel. I will be very brief. I will say, come to Tampa, Florida on September 3rd to defend the Uhuru 3. I will say, free Palestine, free all political prisoners, hands off Cuba, hands off the Mexican indigenous people, the Filipino people. And I want to say, free the liberated 2. That's our comrades from Union as well.
Yeah.
And let's just win this thing. So Uhuru, comrades.
Director Akile and Dr. Aisha Field.
Uhuru, a brief as well. Just want to close out by just saluting my leadership again, Chairman Amalia Shatella, the deputy chair, this incredible panel, the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, President Yejide. I want to say, join the African National Women's Organization. If you haven't, after everything that you've seen today, and you're still not a member of ANWO, I got a question. What's going on up there? So join the African National Women's Organization. And just want to also unite with what Director Aisha just said. We have everything that we need. And now we just need you to get on board to make this final assault. We will win. We are winning, comrades. And drop the charges on the Uhuru 3. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I just want to say that I'm so sorry that I'm not there with you all in person. I want to be there so badly, and I couldn't. But if I were there, I would extend my warmest greetings to everybody. And I really want to give a special shout out to the comrades from Unión del Barrio. I really do. I don't know if they know how significant we see this relationship between Unión and African People's Socialist Party and the revolutionary women of Unión del Barrio and the revolutionary women of the African People's Socialist Party. I just don't see how we could be defeated united. So thank you so much, comrades. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, comrades. One more round of applause for our wonderful panel. So we're on our way to the final part of the day. I want y'all to get ready for Deputy Chair's presentation and a tour around to see some of the properties, some of the practical work. But before we get there, we have at least 2 more presentations, and one will be talking right about membership. So I want to bring Comrade Zayi up, and she has a troop behind us. There's some additional people coming up. Okay. So we have comrades Zayi and Nicole that's going to talk to us about membership. Let's put this up there, these 2.
Another round of applause for that dynamic panel. So you guys heard the call. If you're not already an ANWO member, you need to join today. And this presentation will be talking specifically about ANWO membership. So next slide, please. So the African National Women's Organization is a membership organization that is comprised of African women who recognize our responsibility to organize with each other across borders to address and overturn our special oppression. This is part of the revolutionary political strategy created by the African People's Socialist Party to bring African women into revolutionary political life. We desire to see a liberated, united socialist Africa where the workers have power and where women are leaders and shapers of society. This must be done through the process of making the African Revolution.
What we believe. We believe that through this work, we will bring women into a collective process of solving not just our immediate problems, but solve problems related to all African women and all African people. We understand that colonialism, not racism, is the primary contradiction that plagues Africa and African people everywhere, and that parasitic capitalism was born out of the colonial domination, oppressing and exploiting the peoples of the world. We believe that organized resistance to colonialism is necessary to destroy this exploitation that causes the special oppression of African women.
And a message from our president. ANWO members are powerful, and we are on our way to being the most powerful African women's organization in the world. Next slide, please. Oh, there's a video. Go back.
Can't hear.
There's sound. There's supposed to be sound.
was created by the African People's Socialist Party in 2015 to address the special oppression of African women. Since then, we've been organizing African women around the world in our own interest. In the absence of African women's organizing, ANWO has been defining what it means to be an African woman fighting for Africa. From engaging in struggles around state-sponsored kidnapping to defending the rights of African students against colonial dress code policies. Our campaigns have taken us to Africa, Europe, and the United States, informed by African women in each place. ANWO is the organization for African women. We are building an army of women that are absolutely opposed to the oppression and exploitation of all people, with a sharp focus on ending specific oppression and exploitation as it relates to African women. This will require the active, non-restricted involvement of women in the revolutionary process in order to overturn the existing social system and the relations of oppression and exploitation that defines it. Colonialism is embedded in all aspects of our life. The food we eat, the air we breathe, the music we listen to, the way we raise our children, all of it serves to sustain the life of the colonizers. Colonialism looks like the African woman who is struggling with whether to report her rape to colonial police because she knows it could result in increased police terror in the Black community on one hand, or nothing will happen on the other hand. She is the office worker who endures characterizations of being unfriendly, antisocial, or a mean woman. She is the mother who is fighting to regain custody of her child from the state, facing criminalization from the state and indictment from her community. She is the girl carrying the financial weight of her entire family, forced to marry a man for dowry. They are the women who enjoyed themselves too loudly in a public space and had the police called on them for disturbing white people's peace. She is a mother who could not afford to take care of her child, so she gives birth and dumps her baby in a sewer. She is also a woman who is forced to make decisions about her body and reproduction based on colonial conditions. She is the woman or girl trapped by antiquated traditions that lock her into a life of servitude and isolation. She is the mother that buries her child too soon because of colonial violence from the state or from within our community. She is also the mother that dies in childbirth. She is you, an African woman trudging through life, minding your business. Essentially, she is every African woman on the planet today. As African women, we must support ANWO as we are the only organization that exists for this on the planet. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. Join today.
This video, the first time I heard this video, I'm a little short. Thank you. The first time I saw this video, it literally brought tears to my eyes. So much of what President Yejide said in this video just resonates with me, down to I used to really be angry about racism and the way that it outlines colonialism being part of our everyday walk, being that we're African women is very, very powerful. And so I really hope that you sat and really listened to what the words that were being said and joined. It's really, really important that we get you guys to come out and join and tell a friend. So I'm going to read our mission: to bring African women into revolutionary political life, to empower us economically, socially, and politically, to forward the interests of African people internationally through our programs aimed particularly at the advancement of African women, to liberate African women and men from the customs and practices that serve to keep us subjugated.
So as a dues-based organization, we rely on building our broad base of members with funding. We are not constantly chasing donations or grants, and this provides freedom, which an organization can't have if it becomes dependent on funding from a few major sources. Annual membership dues are monies that are paid to support the everyday activities of our organization. This money is primarily used to support our annual meetings, pay for promotion and propaganda material, and help build ANWO by supporting active members who are engaged in building ANWO.
Currently, the bulk of our members are located in California. Although we have members in 15 different areas, we do not have 15 ANWO branches. We intend to change that today. Our goal? Absolutely. Our goal is for there to be a functioning ANWO branch everywhere we have members located.
So next we'll talk about our membership levels. And the highest membership level that we have available is our Desi Woods lifetime membership level, which is billed at $1,000 once or $84 monthly. Desi Woods was an African woman who fought back against rape by killing her colonizer attacker with his gun. She was consequently sentenced to 22 years in prison, and the party led an international campaign that ultimately freed her. Our next level is Harriet Tubman, which can be paid out at $600 for the year or $50 a month. And as we know, Harriet was a general who loved her people, and she dedicated her whole life to freeing Africans by any means necessary. And then following that level, we have Ella Baker for $300 for the year or $25 a month. And Ella was a Black hero of the civil rights freedom movement in the US who inspired and guided other emerging leaders during this time.
Next is our Asada Shakur membership at $120 a year or $10 a month. Asada Shakur, Black Liberation Army revolutionary who broke out of jail and is currently under asylum in Cuba. And we encourage our new members to join at this level. Our Vathani Karibi membership is billed yearly at $60. Vathani was part of the Kenyan Land and Freedom Army, also known as the Mau. She was the only female field marshal at the time. And lastly, we have the Josana Makel membership at $25 a year. Josana was a Mozambican African revolutionary of the 1960s. This level is reserved for our students and those unemployed.
So why should you join ANWO? Well, African women have joined ANWO for the following reasons. One, they understand that the conditions of African women will not improve if we aren't in the struggle helping to overturn those conditions.
We want African women and African people to be free.
Three, individuals want to represent the local, national, and international concerns of African women.
We want to organize, empower, and advocate African women.
5, you want to build, share knowledge, skills, and expertise.
6, you want to collectivize our issues and remove feelings of isolation.
And we understand that the contradictions of colonialism can be demoralizing. You know, you can't make ends meet, you need childcare, they're giving you shit at the job, and you're probably thinking like, where would I find the time? But our struggles are not isolated and they exist because of colonialism. So let's build together so we can overturn these contradictions. And what I want to say is don't get demoralized, get organized today. Go in and vote today. And we particularly have a responsibility as Africans here in the belly of the beast, you know, to tear it down. So, and I want to ask my comrade Nicole, why did you join ANWO?
I joined ANWO. So I work in the mental health field in California, and I work with former foster youth. And a lot of our youth have CPS or child welfare issues and experiences. And I was sitting with the youth one day and I realized how much money the government was actually taking from them and not helping them, and it infuriated me. I am a former foster youth and I'm an adoptee. And so the work that I do is very personal. And I just happened to be scrolling down Instagram, and I think me and Zai had mutual friends, and I saw the cause of CPS, and it just kind of clicked. And when it clicked, I just wanted to be a part of something that was a solution and one that was geared toward my people. And so that's why I ended up joining. I have been heavily involved in the Arrest CPS campaign, and also the San Diego chapter of ANWO. I've got to organize around paint and politics, where we like come out and we do expressive arts. I have a counseling background, so love doing that. We've also done healing circles. I've been able to help facilitate our healing circles and other stuff like educational meetings. We participate in a lot of our party in general. We collaborate with the other party members of San Diego to do educational movie screenings. We do political parties with APSP. And I've also had a chance to participate in community events that ANWO has thrown. We are going to have a paint and sip at the end of the month that I'm really looking forward to. And then also we did our self-defense, and I shared at one of the breakout sessions. If I was younger and I had been able to go through the self-defense, I think my confidence in myself would have shifted at a younger age. When our instructor had us just make a sound out of strength and say no, I realized how empowering that was. And so the things that ANWO does on a local level, it's really life-changing. I believe every African woman should join ANWO because it provides community. Especially, I'm a mom, I have a 5-year-old, and there's nothing like being around women that look like you and understand your struggle and understand colonialism, because it doesn't just make you angry, but it makes you want to move. And I think that's very, very important. It provides education surrounding politics. I had never known what that looked like before ANWO. I knew that we weren't a part of the political life, but then I found ANWO and I was like, wait, there is a political life and it's for me. And it explains what's going on with colonialism. And it doesn't just explain it, but it offers a solution out. And the solution is us. It's us organizing and being a part of this community. It's really beautiful, actually. It also helps us as a people. It teaches us how we can build, empower, and effectively advocate for one another. Though it gives us the awareness of who we are and how political life can help our communities become sustaining, and understanding why the conditions that we currently live in. That's really why I joined ANWO. And if you see the pictures, I work with all kind of youth, but all of these youth, besides the little one's my daughter, all these youth are former foster youth, and they are struggling to live between the ages of 18 and 24. And we actually have one in membership right now. She wasn't able to make it. And if it were up to me, I would have them all come and join. And that is actually my goal. The demographics, they're young, but I'm hoping that they come through. And the one that has joined, she loves it. Like, the support that's been given to her has been very beneficial. And she tells me all of the time. And so, yeah, come and join, please.
Yeah, Daniela, she also wrote for the paper, Comrade Wavy, holding it up. She has an article on the March Sphere as to why the youth need to be involved in political life. So, Nicole, thank you for sharing.
So I'm gonna tell you how to join. Be an African woman or femme anywhere in the world. Unite with our principles of unity. All African people, no matter where we are located, are one people. And end the political and social oppression and economic exploitation of African women. Advocate for the absolute, unequivocal political, social, and economic equality of African women and men. All who participate in ANWO's work do so under ANWO's leadership body in order to meet its organizational goals and objectives. Complete the membership application and submit your dues.
So once you become a member, we'll be looking to put you to work, right? Because how you don't get free. So some of the roles that need to be fulfilled under our International Executive Committee, the Economic and Development role is available, as well as the Communications Director. We do have regional positions that are open and available in the U.S. Southern region. You must reside in the U.S. South, anywhere between North Carolina and Florida. Also here in the Midwest region, you must reside in the U.S. Midwest, anywhere between Minnesota and Iowa. And then there is a position open in occupied Azania, also known as South Africa, and that coordinator must live in Azania. And then under our membership and recruitment work, which I lead, I'm looking for a secretary and a recruitment strategist. And then under the economic development positions, we are in need of a donor coordinator and a fundraising coordinator. So those are the roles that need to be filled. You can find both membership applications and a detailed description of these roles in the back of the room at the membership table with Comrade Coco. And if you're viewing online and you would like to join, head on over to anwoohuru.org/join. ANWO had a membership goal of 10 new members for the month of Women's History. And we've gained 5 new members already. So help us meet our goal. We need another 5 members. I know we can get that this weekend. So if you are ready to commit to free the African nation and become a member of ANWO, please head to the back of the room. As I stated, Comrade Coco can help get you squared away. And then again, the detailed descriptions of all available positions are in the back. So who's ready to join ANWO? The time is now. That wasn't rhetorical, Comrade.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you remember, not a member yet, and you have to renew this year. So can you explain that?
Yeah, so anyone that started a membership at our convention last year, it would be your time to renew now. You can do so in the back of the room. If you go to ANWO.org/join, there is an option for renewal. There's a join tab and then a renewal. We can assist you with that in the back of the room. And then you can also bump up your membership. So if you were paying like at the Asada for $10 a month, we would definitely encourage you to, move on up to that Harriet level for $50 a month, or go ahead and make the commitment to be a Desi Woods, lifetime member at $84 a month. So, who are your comments? Oh, so that's one new member. Okay, and then we have Deputy Chair Ona Janae who wants to do a renewal.
Okay, can I ask who already is a member? Please raise your hand. Hey, take a look at the beautiful women, African women of ANWO currently. Thank you. All right. I see a hand in the back. Any other questions? Any other comments? I'm so glad you guys are here. Who came the furthest? Anybody come very far? California? Same. Glad to see you.
Okay,
Portland.
Right. All right, so anytime between now, we're getting ready to, sum up our program and head out for this tour. If you're interested in joining again, you can meet Comrade Coco in the back. Like I said, our goal is 10 new members and we're at 6, so I know we can get those other 4 members between today and tomorrow. Next, I would like to bring up President Yejide to talk about our international campaigns. President Yejide.
What did you say? You said, don't get demoralized.
Get organized. Okay.
T-shirt.
We got a we got a couple t-shirts in mind we're gonna put on the website. So I am going to give a preview of our international campaigns today, just to get you a little taste of it, and then a full presentation on our 2 international campaigns that ANWO is taking on. And we all know about next slide. We all know and we've heard throughout this convention about the Hands Off Uhuru campaign. And I want to make a self-criticism because ANWO has not been the best at really putting it out in a way that I think that we need to. And we want to say during this convention that that will change. And you know, we can play this video actually. I would love to play this video. We have okay. You have to
For
share
Russia
it.
are asking a federal. Right now in Tampa, 3 people from the Bay Area accused of spying for Russia are asking a federal judge in Tampa to dismiss the charges against them. The Department of Justice says Omali Yeshiteli, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville acted as agents of the Russian government while operating out of the Uhuru House in St. Pete. The FBI raided that in July of last year. The Uhuru 3 are accused of promoting Russian propaganda and illegally influencing local elections. They deny ever working with Russia.
You know, we know the devastating impact that being attacked by the government can have. But I am so happy to be a part of a movement that is organized by the chairman. Chairman just be like, we gonna put the government on trial. This is how we gonna do it. We gonna organize people to join our movement, and we're gonna say the anti-colonial free speech movement. So we're gonna say more about that, but I really wanted it to, that we are talking about our 3 comrades, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Chair Jesse Neville, and Chairwoman Penny Hess, who are currently facing up to probably 15 or more years in prison because they're being accused of being agents of Russia, which is absolutely ridiculous. So I'm looking forward to talking more about that. Next slide.
Right now.
So we are calling on all our supporters of freedom and justice around the world to show your solidarity with Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru movement at this critical moment in history. The FBI's threat to imprison Chairman Omali is profoundly dangerous assault on supposed rights to freedom of speech, political expression, and assembly, for which African people have historically fought and died for in the United States. This is why it's so critical to get involved, and also for the African National Women's Organization to have an implied campaign that's going to forward this campaign and get people to Tampa, Florida in September. Next slide. Next slide. So as we already know, the Uhuru movement have, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to turn my head around. Yeah, so on July 29th of 2022, the FBI militarily raided 7 houses of the Uhuru movement in St. Louis, Missouri, and St. Petersburg, Florida. And as you heard from Comrade Wazy, the chairman was held militarily by gunpoint, sat on the concrete on the outside of the community, and told that he could not go back into his house. That the chair had a drone that almost knocked her head off as she was coming down the stairs. The whole entire community was put on lockdown. So this wasn't just a display against our movement. It was to discredit our movement, to make our movement the pinpoint for why we're having these tanks and stuff coming to our community, and to discredit the work that we've been doing here in St. Louis and across the world for over 50 plus years of raising this whole question of African self-determination. And for the government to say that African people don't even know what it is that we are fighting for unless the Russians told us to do it is absolutely ridiculous. You know, so we don't know about the lynchings. We don't know about this Jim Crow. We don't know about the attack on Africa, enslavement, and all of these things. And so Chairman Omali Yeshitela has been on the forefront of putting this out there to the world, not just the African people. And so his relationships that he's had and places that he's gone to spread the word of African self-determination has been critical to what the US government is saying that he's doing in order to, you know, sow discord and all this ridiculousness. And I think that we have to, we cannot allow this government or any government to put our chairman and these freedom fighters in prison for something that is obvious sham of a court case. Next slide. We also want to, our next international campaign, we have a lot of work to do as the African National Women's Organization, but one of the things that we feel is really critical is creating narrative around this question of colonialism, because what has dominated the narrative for African women has been feminism, patriarchal, sort of stuff. And we are saying that that's not the case. We've always been saying that the colonialism is the basis for why African women and girls are experiencing the contradictions that we are experiencing. So can we go to the next slide? So we want to take this, just like the UN be putting out the year of the woman, we're going to put a year of women's and girls against colonialism, right? And we're going to fight, we're going to have events in our community, we're going to like political education, we're going to be on your streets, you're going to see it, women and girls against colonialism. And our overview is that colonialism creates a deep scar on the history and cultures of nations across the globe. It is the underpinning of the exploitation, oppression, and cultural erasure that many people, including African people, experience. And among African people are women and girls who have often borne the brunt of colonial violence and discrimination. The Women and Girls Against Colonialism campaign seeks to empower young girls and women and identify and raise their voices against the effects of colonialism and work towards a future of equity, justice, and self-determination. And this is really important because when you start talking about colonialism as opposed to something like that that's created by man, like this gender thing, or this person that you're trying to get equality with, something, talking about the power structure, colonialism, which is what has been the ongoing thing that has been impacting the lives of African people, preventing us from getting African self-determination. And this is a different kind of conversation. You know, then you know you've won over something as opposed to trying to get equality to men or trying to get somebody like you because you're Black or something like that. So we're looking forward to putting out more about this campaign and incorporating it into our work. So that's a preview of the campaigns that I'll go into some more for tomorrow, and I'm excited about that. Thank you. We can close that out. Thank you. And then, so what we're going to go into now, we had a shift in our program. We're going to bring up Deputy Chair Onis and Neo-Colonialism, who we've been talking about in this whole entire program, who is an architect and Black power blueprint, who has been through the African National Women's Organization with our headquarters that we are at to build, organize. And we're going to go ahead and bring her up here to talk a little bit about what we're about to see. We're going to go out on a tour. It's going to be walking, and we're going to get to the ANWO headquarters. But she's going to present right here. She's going to present. Yeah, I'm going to go. She's going to present, and we're going to ask the comrades to put up her presentation. It's in the presentation list under Black Power Blueprint. So if you can put her slides up on the screen. And while you're getting that ready, thank you, comrades. So you're getting that ready, comrade. Deputy Chair, Onis and Neo-Colonialism.
Uhuru, I'm just so glad to be here today. This whole weekend, I know it's going to be very powerful on tomorrow as well. So how's everybody feeling?
Good.
Has this been amazing so far?
Yeah.
Yes. Got me up. Okay, so there's like a little intro song that was done by one of our fantastic volunteers, Renda Fearington out of Philadelphia. If you can play that, if you click on, if you go, yeah. It's in this. No, the first slide. No, the first one. Back, yeah.
That little
Yeah.
speaker button right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's a speaker button.
Yeah, there's a speaker
I
button.
don't think she knows how to.
Okay, well, we can just, it's
Hold
at
on
the
a second.
very bottom,
There's a
right
speaker
here.
button at the bottom. You see a little speaker button at the bottom of the first slide. Just press on that. Can you see that?
Anyway,
Okay.
we'll just go ahead because I want to get through this presentation.
Thanks.
So next slide. So Uhuru, I want to welcome you to the annual ANWO 2024 annual convention. And, you know, we're taking a stand against imperialism, colonialism, and neo-colonialism. Again, my name is Onis Neo-Colonialism, and I lead all the economic work in our organization. Next slide. Yeah, so first I want to salute our chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, who has succeeded in giving ideology, political and organizational coherence to our anti-colonial movement that was nearly destroyed by colonial military assaults during the 1960s. So for over 50 years, he has dedicated his life to overturning this social system so Africa and African people can be free in his lifetime, and whose leadership continue to stand the test of time, and who understands and believes in African women leadership as a means to win our freedom and liberation. And I also want to salute the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party as well. Next slide. I want to recognize President Ijide, who since 2015, I can't even believe it's been 9 years. Next year, we got to set it off, right? 10 years, we'll be opening our ANWO headquarters right here in St. Louis. So since 2015 has taken on the responsibility of building the African National Women's Organization, which is a testimony to true African women's leadership in the African People's Socialist Party. I also want to express my appreciation to ANWO IEC, who has worked hard to bring this convention here to St. Louis. Next slide. So yes, I want to recognize our Secretary General of the African People's Socialist Party. You heard her up here talking about hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa, and working very hard, not just here in the US, but in Europe and in Africa. So I want to salute Mwezi Odom as well. Give it up for the... Next slide, please. I want to salute the profound leadership of Director Dr. Aisha Fields, who leads the incredible nonprofit, the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, known to many of you as APDEP, and Project Like Everyone knows what happened in 2019. You heard her say that she was scared. You know, so in 2019, when the Uhuru movement responded to the COVID-19 crisis and founded the People's War Commission against the colonial virus, coined by the chairman O'Malley, which was led by Dr. Aisha Fields. Dr. Aisha Fields worked day and night to give us the best information to put out in the world. She was doing live webinars, keeping us informed on how to protect and prevent this virus from spreading. Created a series called Ask a Doctor for people to call in and get help with identifying these symptoms. So I just want to give it up for Dr. Aisha Fields. And you heard the power, next slide. So you heard the powerful Akile Anai, who is the director of agitation and propaganda for our movement. She's the editorial for the Burning Spear newspaper. She leads Black Power 96. Are you guys, you know about our radio station, right? So are you signed up to listen to that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? It's ran by an African Black woman, Akile Anai. And also, she was one of the original reporters that was, indicted. She wasn't indicted, but was, unindicted co-conspirator on July 29th of 2022, who is on the front lines every day fighting the state to drop the charges against the Uhuru 3. Next slide. And these are real African women who are in the trenches every day fighting. I mean, fighting. And I salute all the African, Mexican, Cuban, and indigenous women who are leading their liberation struggles. Some are who are in this room today and also online. So I just want to salute these women as well. Next slide. So that panel that you just saw was, President Ijide asked, what will a liberated economy look like? And I just wanted to, put together a real visual of what a liberated economy would look like, not just speak about it, because in our party, it's not what we say, but what we do. And we believe that the practical work that we do has to manifest itself out in the world, and you're going to see that concretely when we start, this tour. So I knew that I wanted to start that when I actually, when I got into the party, I knew that I wanted to be in leadership. I just didn't want to join an organization. It took me a long time to join the party. Even though I was like in NPDOM and, did work internationally and things like that. But when I decided to join the party, I knew that I wanted to be in leadership. So I wanted to be able to bring my skills and anything that I've learned from the colonial job that I was working. Next slide. So the first thing that came to my mind when I asked what a liberated economy would look like, for me, it was the power to govern. You know, I worked in government for like 20 years, so I just wanted to, understand like how what I've learned in government can translate over into the party. Next slide. So our party, led by Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Office of the Deputy Chair, which I lead, has developed the seed for every aspect of a liberated economy of the African nation. Next slide. Our liberated economy will serve every aspect of life for our people, not to feed the colonial mode of production and the colonizer. Next slide. The power to govern must mean the colonized workers must learn the techniques, skills, and organization of governing with confidence, which transfer more and more power to the working class through the African People's Socialist Party and negates the colonial system by negating its capacity to govern our people who are being decolonized by the party's work. Next slide. We will end the disparities and transfer all the conditions imposed on Africa and colonized people by colonialism and the colonial mode of production. And we cannot forget that as African women, we have caught hell. We fought every step of the way from slavery, where we were being raped by the slave master, to working from can't see in the morning to can't see at night, being abused from day to day, picking cotton and taking care of white women's babies. Next slide. So our vision is based on the economic ministry, and that's coming directly out of our the Office of the Deputy Chair. Next slide. And that's the party has developed already through my office. The work we do now will be the model for the liberated economy for the African nation. Next slide. The party builds internationally unity with all colonized and oppressed people all over the world. Next slide. So when Africa has access to all of our stolen resources and is free to develop our own economy, the whole world economy will be liberated. We will reverse the colonial mode of production that was built on the backs of Africans and all colonized people of the world. Next slide. Next slide. The Liberated African Economy Ministry will be organized under democratic centralism based on systems, policies, procedures, protocols, manuals, job descriptions, and trainings that the Office of the Deputy Chair has built. We are building the structure of a provisional government that empowers the African working class to govern and to build a socialist economy. Next slide. Our mission is to feed, clothe, and house, educate, and employ ourselves. This is the basis of a liberated economy for the entire worldwide African nation. Next slide. The programs and the party has developed will grow exponentially as Africa is liberated and all of the genius, skills, and brilliance of African people is unleashed. Next slide. Uhuru Foods and Pies and Uhuru Bakery and Cafe will grow into a local, national, international food distribution system based on the collective farm industry and food production. We will no longer be forced to grow crops for capitalist consumption, like in Ghana, where we grow the cocoa beans that are homed in places like Hershey, Pennsylvania, home of the colonial chocolate industry. Next slide. We will create wealth for our economy by selling fair prices to the rest of the world. Next slide. There will be no hunger, no starvation, no such thing as food apartheid, no dependency on food stamps, only abundance of health. Next slide. All the cotton and all other products used to create fabric will be in our hands. Black Star Industries will create and grow the ability to distribute them. We can create our own clothes made by African workers, not China, to clothe ourselves and benefit our nation. Africa styles and swag will be in our own hands. Next slide. We will develop our Buy Black Power campaign with the distribution of Uzi, Enzo, and Uhuru Planet products. We will buy from each other and sell to everyone. We will not just buy black. We will be buying black power. Uhuru. Next slide. So our Uhuru on the Move trucks, ships, and planes will distribute all these products all over the world. Next slide. The African Independence Workforce Program is the basis of African labor in our own hands. We are training and developing our ability to control every industry and aspect of business and life. Next slide. The African Independent Business Association, ANWO, will be part of our collective employment industry, bringing contractors and other entrepreneurs to train workers and leaders to develop our community and keep workers employed in their own community. There will be no unemployment or underemployment, no illiteracy, or no poverty. Next slide.
Yeah.
The Black Power Square would be an example to grow all kinds of thriving businesses so everyone can prosper. Next slide. Uhuru Wabinki, which means Freedom Bank, will be an African community banking system that will provide community with microloans and capital assistance business training and financial services and economic development for self-reliance. It will remove the barriers that hinder development of successful, sustainable programs. We will build partnership and increase resources that strengthen the whole entire community. Next slide. Black Power Blueprint shows the African nation how to meet housing needs for all, to develop thriving communities that have been devastated by colonial economy and greed. Next slide. In Cuba, they have a collective construction company that builds housing for whoever needs it. They build beautiful houses like the one you're going to be seeing today on our tour, the African Independent Workforce Fourplex, named after a historic African freedom fighter prisoner, not shanties or shacks that African people are forced into under parasitic capitalism. Next slide. All aspects of life are created to the health of the people. Under a liberated Africa led by the African working class and peasants, everything will be transformed. Our food, our businesses, our houses, education will be in our own hands, serving our own needs. The All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, APDEP, is another key aspect of this vision for health for the African people in our own hands. Next slide. Uhuru Wakalia and the doula training programs are leading the way for African health, especially for African women and babies. Uhuru Wakalia, which means freedom to nurture. The Uhuru Wakalia Health Center will contribute to empowering African women to solve the many lives and death struggles we face as African women. And I don't know if you can play that video really quick or not. It's embedded in the notes. If not, we'll just keep moving.
Each year, the number of babies that die during childbirth in St. Louis could populate 15 kindergarten classrooms. The Black community in St. Louis suffers from an infant mortality rate 3.3 times that of white people. In a city that is home to some of the best medical care in the country, African women are denied access to prenatal and postnatal care. There is nothing natural about this. These are symptoms of an unjust colonial system. Our power and our self-determination have been taken from us. But we are fighting to take back the power over our own communities and resources and the futures of our children. The Uhuru Wakalia African Women's Health Center is the latest initiative of the Black Power Blueprint, a comprehensive neighborhood revitalization project that is transforming North St. Louis through renovation, self-sustaining economic development, and political power by and for the Black community. Uhuru Wakalia, or Freedom to Nurture in Swahili, will be a Black-led wellness education center to empower Black women and girls in caring for our physical, mental, and emotional wellness. Our vision is to provide health and self-care programs that reinforce our traditional African culture. We are investing in the future of our community with doula and childbirth educator certification programs, along with opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Our programs will address the mental and physical health of Black girls and women, including prenatal, birthing, and postnatal care, trauma-informed yoga, an annual African Girls' Day event, a medicinal herb treatment program, and more. We have already begun training 15 African women from North St. Louis to become certified doulas. We've acquired the land for the health center, and now we need the funding to begin construction and bring this much-needed respite to our community. When we have power over our own communities, our resources, and our own healthcare, no African mother will have to mourn the loss of her baby, and every African child will have a future of prosperity and peace. Support this innovative and empowering program. Donate today.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing about that. The Uhuru Wakalia, the doula training project that we did, that actually happened on July 29th of 2022. That's the same day that the FBI raided 7 of our locations. That same morning, the chairman and I were sitting at the table getting ready to come to the Uhuru House, for this program. And I want to really send a shout out to Dr. Aisha Fields, who was here on the ground as well, who participated in continuing to help make that program happen that same day. We trained 14 African women to become certified as doulas that same day we got rated. So I want to give a big shout out to Dr. H. Fields. So culture will be a vibrant, dynamic, and uplifting force, uniting and inspiring our people to carry out the revolutionary process. Our cultural workers such as Karen Smith, Felicia, Rinda, Fofi, Makeda, and so many more are incredible African artists laying the basis for our revolutionary culture department with the Musa Bantu open mic poetry night, outdoor concerts and festivals, and so much more. Next slide. We are not waiting until the revolution is completed to learn to govern. We are exercising self-government as a part of the process of making our revolution for total liberation and unification of Africans and our resources globally. So in closing, the party and my office have developed the economic ministry that is the basis for the liberated socialist Africa economy. Our economic work is revolutionary work and plays a key role in building the liberated anti-colonial economy for the African nation. The political and economic are one. And in this period, we must invest in our political front in order to maintain our economic power. This is why this convention is so important. And this is why you must join the African National Women's Organization or join some form of the Uhuru movement. So Uhuru, we are winning. Next slide. So everybody know that we're getting ready to go on a tour. But what I wanted to show in this continued presentation is what it looked like before. Because, when people come in, even when you come into this building, you think that it's already been like this, forever, but it hasn't. We have been fighting to build all of these institutions that you're going to see on this tour. So I'm just going to give you a preview of what some of these institutions look like before. So the first, we're going to see like 14 different properties on our way on the West Florissant corridor. So next slide. Next slide. So we're seizing territory was the #1 goal. The party began taking back the African community properties that were stolen through colonial plunder under the guise of back taxes or abandoned by white flight following the Black Power movement of the 1960s. Properties were seized and left to rot by the city, hoarding them in its land bank for the future corporations and white developers and neo-colonial politicians. Next slide. So this picture, go back. This picture, yeah, that's me and a couple of the contractors. And I want to say just being an African woman and coming to St. Louis and dealing with contractors, we must have interviewed like 50 different contractors between electricians, HVAC plumbers, to really make everything that you gonna see on this tour happen. And let me tell you, it was a challenge, because they thought they were just dealing with just a normal African woman who didn't know anything about anything, but they were wrong. Next slide. So the first property, you're sitting in the first property right now, 4101 West Florissant, which is our Hoover House, our Carver Hall. And this is what it looked like. Next slide. So some of you might be sitting right where there were holes in the floor, there was no walls. I mean, it was a complete disaster. We purchased this property on June of 2017, and we invested about 150,000 for renovation. We did this project, two women, myself and Kitty Riley, who's a part of the Solidarity Movement. In 10 months, we did everything that you see here. It has 3 floors. So, next slide. So these are just some of the, I'm gonna go through this really quickly. Next slide. So these are just some of the pictures of this same building. As you can see, the front was very bad. In the back, you couldn't even walk in the backyard. And at the top of the roof, it was coming, all the bricks was coming down. Next slide. And this is the front entrance when you first walk into the door. That's what it looked like. The windows were busted out, you know, the iron was, you know, just had been sitting here. This building had been sitting here for about 25 years, we were told. Next slide. And people were actually living here in the building as well, because they had nowhere to go. So when we purchased it, you know, we tried to organize them to become part of the solution and helping to rebuild this community. Next slide. And here, these are just some more pictures. Next slide. Yeah. So this is what it looked like, you know, so now, and next slide is some of the pictures of from upstairs on the second floor where we actually have our offices at. Next slide. And this picture is the 3rd floor where we have a conference, you know, our conferences, NCC meetings and things like that upstairs on the 3rd floor. Next slide. And then this is when we first got light. Next slide. Yeah, we first got light in the building, and on the outside, it was just amazing because we had been working without electricity, no water, it was hot in the summertime and it was cold in the wintertime. I think I actually almost died in St. Louis the first year. Next slide. And then we put up our new sign and awning outside. Next slide. And these 2 brothers are the ones that actually tuck pointed this whole inside of this building. They're in business. They're really good. If you ever need any tuck pointing, they are excellent. Next slide. And here is some pictures of the completed, what it looks like, but you see what it looks like. Next slide. So the next address is right across the street at 4031 West Florissant. Is Caribo. It means welcome, and it's an event destination. Next slide. So it was 2 commercial buildings on that lot. We demoed those buildings because they had been sitting for, 30 plus years. And you can see we took those down and we seeded it to the far left. Next slide. And here we were getting ready to put up our, there's a 50-foot flagpole and 25 feet African flag. Next slide. And there it is. We had a big celebration with that. It was amazing. Next slide. So we employed our architect, landscape architect to, really give us a vision of what we wanted on the outside. And they really did a fantastic job. And next slide. And here are some of the workers, Africans and Mexican workers that we hired to do the outdoor venue. You can see they're putting in the sidewalks, curves, and building an outdoor stage. And we installed a rain garden and planted trees and native plants from Brightside Grant. Next slide. And then within that space is the Gary Brooks Community Garden. Next slide. And this to your left, my left, your right is Mr. Gary, who is the person that when I first came to St. Louis, he really helped. He would run power from his place all the way down to here to help us, have some type of fans or whatever in the house. He would cook breakfast and lunch for us. He just really, really made it happen. And we named the garden after him, and he's also on the mural that you're going to see when we go on a tour. Next slide. So we planted collard greens, purple cabbage, herbs, teas, scallions, kale, Brussels sprouts, okra, tomatoes, bell peppers, and more. So this is our 5th year of harvesting. Next slide. So next we created the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. Next slide. So we received a 3-year grant from the USDA to support the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market, bringing fresh food and to the community as well. Next slide. So these are just some of the pictures of some of the activities that went on during that process. Next slide. So this year, the market will be taken over by ANWO as one of their major economic development institutions. And they're going to be having that down at O'Fallon Park. Next slide. So the next property that we got is right where the mirror is at 4029 West Florissant, and we will take possession of this amazing property on June 1st of this year. Next slide. So like I said, we hired a mural who was out of Birmingham, Alabama, and her name is Jamie the artist. And she actually, she got so much attention in business. She actually moved from Birmingham to St. Louis, and she lives right up the street with her 2 girls. Next slide. So the next property we're going to visit is 4007 and 4009 West Florissant. Next slide. So we purchased this property, these 2 commercial buildings in July of 2019 from the LRA. We demoed them in 2020. And so far we invested $20,000 to do that. So we're going to use this as a parking space for the building that we have next door, which is the next slide at 4001 West Florissant, which we purchased. Next slide. We purchased this from the LRA for $1,000. You'll see this property as well. Next slide. These are some of the before pictures. We have went in and had everything demoed in this building. But this is, I want to show you what it looked like before we did that. Next slide. These are just some more pictures of the horrific ways that the city has left these beautiful buildings to deteriorate in our community. So next slide. So the next property is, we purchased all 3 of these buildings, 3945, 3943, and 3941. We demolished all of them and we made them into one address. Next slide. So on this site, we will put our Black Power Square. It would cost us $400,000 to complete this project. And right now we're looking for funding to really take this project from the ground up. Next slide. So this project, the vision is having shipping container complex that will provide affordable move-in ready spaces for local businesses. The Black Power Blueprint just we met with people from Chicago who is doing the same thing. And they are actually going to be coming here this summer to visit us and give us more information on how to take this on. And their concept is called Boxville. Next slide. We don't have time to watch this video. So next slide. Next slide. So our next property is at 4368 College Avenue, which is the Black Power Vanguard Community Basketball Court. Again, we had 2 buildings that were, falling down. We purchased this in January 2018, and we demoed it. Next slide. We demoed it in May of 2019. Next slide. Next slide. So I just want to say this was a very complicated process. And we, hired local contractor, Jason Pye, who was our electrician, who actually did the electrical work here. And he took it on. We had to deal, because the buildings, once you take down a building, some of the building is like buried in the ground. So when they got ready to do the electrical work for the basketball court, they couldn't get down further enough so he had to dig, he had to hire different machinists to really make that happen. Next slide. So here you see, go back one, you see the people, it took about 8.5 truckloads of concrete to make the basketball court. So this is what they're doing right there. Next slide. And the court is made out of sport court material that was installed. And you see Chairman he just overlooked stuff. He just standing there like, next slide. So this is Jamie. You know, once we hired her to do this mural out here, we asked her, can you stay and do another mural for the basketball court? And she united, and, you know, people were honking, and, you know, people came and gave her money, you know, because they were so, you know, it was just uplifting, you know, the community. Next slide. So next slide. So here's a picture. You have to see it in person of the basketball court. It took us 2.5 years to raise the money of $160,000, but we did it and it's completed. And we're going to have a girls 11 to 14-year program on it this summer. Next slide. And we did a grand opening, and the community came out for this. It was just spectacular. Next slide. So the 10th property, 4358 to 60, is the housing for the African Independent Workforce Program. Next slide. This is a picture of the fourplex. Next slide. So this is some of the contractors that we hired, you know, plumbers, roofers, electrician, HVAC, and fencing contractors. Next slide. And here are some more contractors. Next slide. Next slide. This is some before and after pictures of the work that we did. Next slide. And I want to salute our, these are our Philadelphia furniture store drove 900 miles to bring for all the furniture that you're going to see in this complex. They drove 900 miles to bring the furniture to this location. So I just really want to salute Ahura Furniture and Collectibles. Next slide. This is me and Akenge. We're bringing up the beds from IKEA. Those were the only new things that we put in the fourplex was the bedding, because we didn't want to get bed bugs or anything like that. So next slide. We got all the appliances donated through a grant from JD Chef Foundation. They donated all the appliances, the fridge, the stoves, the AC units, the washer and dryer. They donated everything. Next slide. So here's a sneak peek of what you're going to see on the tour. This is just one of our Enzo pieces that's in every apartment. And then, okay, so I got two more. So the Ahura Wakalia Women's Health Center. Next slide. So we got that land and purchased that. So you'll see that on the tour. Next slide. Next slide. So I just want to say that this project is going to be $420,000. We've raised $238,000 so far. So we are way over half for this project. So we're looking forward to putting this on the ground really soon. Next. Go ahead. I'm just going to go through this. And then the property at 3719. Well, 3901, yeah, 3719 is where we're going to put our Ahura Bakery and Cafe, and you'll see that on this tour as well. I won't go into anything else. And then finally, we will go to the ANWO national headquarters. So this is going to be our tour. How are you? Okay, so come on up and tell us how we're going to be moving. Thank you so much.
Here we are. Let's give it one more time for Deputy Chair and Renee. As she stated, economic work is revolutionary work. All right. So we do want to be mindful of you guys' time. We are about 40 minutes over. Y'all, we've been busy and the work speaks for itself. We are at the end of today's program, and we've had such a rich day of discussion, from the political report from President Yejide to the dynamic panel discussions that we heard today. And yeah, so we know that you guys are ready to go on this Black Power Blueprint tour. It's a self-guided tour, so how it'll work is we will jump into our vehicles and see the transformation of the north side of St. Louis, including a stop at the ANWO headquarters, the Ahuru Bakery and Cafe, the basketball court that we just seen, the workforce development, and the Ahuru Chico location. You should take all of your belongings and plan to depart at the last stop. But before we could get out of this building, This is your last chance to get your raffle tickets. Tickets are only $10. Our basket is worth over $1,000, and we will draw the winner tomorrow at 10 a.m. You will enter to win a signed copy of The Verdict is In, written by Chairman Amalia Yeshitela, Decolonize Hair and Body Products, a graphic t-shirt, a flight voucher, a trip voucher. And if you're watching online, you can get your ticket at anwo.org/basket-raffle. So day 2 of the convention starts tomorrow, Sunday, March 24th at 10 a.m. Central Time. You can use the same Zoom link to access the convention. We will have a keynote presentation from our chairman, an award ceremony, and then more updates from ANWO. African women must join ANWO. We have a goal of winning 10 women to join during this convention. To do so, you can click on the link in the chat to initiate your application. That's going to be at anwo.org/join. We are one step closer to our goal. We had Comrade Shakura Santala join today out of Kansas City, Oklahoma, at our Justina Michelle level. So let's give it up for Shakura. We also have our comrade Asada, who joined earlier this month. She's in the back of the room and she lives here in St. Louis, Missouri. So we just want to say shout out to you. And then if we can say a special shout out to Phoenix Berry, who heard the call, that African women must lead. She only joined ANWO earlier this week, and she has taken on the task to be a Southern Regional Coordinator. So that leaves us to still get another 4 members between this evening and tomorrow. We will continue to collect donations. If we can have our comrade Cope. Okay. All right, yeah, we'll continue to connect donations even when we go offline today. You can still donate by going to anwo.org/donate. Our update on today's fundraiser is we have raised $2,049, and we still need another $7,951 to reach our $10,000 convention goal. You can't do it in a big amount at once. Become a sustaining donor. And we just want to thank everyone who has donated thus far. We will have a list tomorrow. I see Comrade Coco's occupied in the back. And like I said, we do want to respect you all's time. So yeah, I will now pass the mic over to yesterday.
Yeah. Yes. So yes, we are. Okay. So comrades, we are going, most of the properties that we just listed are actually on this corridor. So it's a nice day and we are going to be walking. Yes. Okay, great. If we're going to be walking to see most of the properties, the furthest one away would be the ANWO headquarters. So that will require a drive to it. But yes. And we're going to drive to that. So we're going to just, you can leave your items here if you're going to, before we drive to the ANWO headquarters, so you're not taking it with you on the walk. And then we can come back here, grab it, and then, you can leave in your vehicles or you can share your rides and all that kind of stuff. Before we leave, we want to get a group photo because we know that some folks might have to leave early tomorrow and all this other kind of stuff. So we want to try to get the fullest capacity. But I just want to say before we get out that I appreciate you. I think that this was an amazing first day. And I can't look forward to tomorrow when you can see more of the work of the African National Women's Organization. Uhuru, comrades. We are done with day 1. Let's move it out. Uhuru. Group photo. If we can, we're going to do it against this wall. So if we can just kind of move the chairs, Comrade Zaid, yeah, move the chairs so that or turn it this way so that we can have a line up that way. Yeah, that sounds good.
Are we done on Zoom?
We are done on Zoom. Thank you, Chop Matter Writers, for your time, and thank you so much for carrying the program.